Welcome to the counterculture counterattack. Welcome to the RazörForce offensive. I am your intrepid host, Razorfist, alongside the Somali pirate captain, Taryn Gale. Say hello.
Look at me. I am the co-host now.
Yes, and shortly, hopefully, it sounds like, we're going to be joined by the first mate of Mogadishu, the tactical hobo. It is time to hear who smelt it and who dealt it, and nowhere has there been more dealin' or wheelin' than Minna Somalia. Tom Homan, in fact, has been dispatched to Minnesota. Let's talk about that, bro. What on earth? We're literally sending the head of the entire immigration op, the head of all of ICE down there. That's what a profound libidinous goat fuck it has turned into. Do you have that article and or clip, sir?
Tom Homan, tough but fair. Yes, I do. Present, share screen. Sorry.
All right, there
There
we
it
go.
is. There we are.
Trump sends Tom Homan to Minnesota to report directly to the president. Commander-in-Chief says welfare fraud, now I love this, is at least partially responsible for the violent organized protests going on in the streets. And by partially, he means totally and without fucking exception. Let's be real. I put two and two together really, really early on this. It was obvious. I mean, ICE are operating in dozens of states. It only turns seriously violent in the one where 5 minutes ago we uncovered what are we at now for the total? $12+ billion.
Yeah, billions.
Welfare fraud, whatever it's at. I mean, and it's climbing by the day, right?
It was
It
was like 9 billion 2 weeks ago. Today it's somewhere upwards of 12 or something.
Absolutely. You know, and I think the right now are just as guilty as the left. They're taking the bait 100%, hook, line, and sinker. We're talking about these bullshit ICE raids and riots. And fuck, I said a week ago, fuck you. Until you're ready to talk about the fraud, I'm not ready to talk about Minnesota. We can talk about the damn riots in the streets. We can talk about those later. We brought up the subject of the fraud first. We're going to resolve one subject before we move on to the next. Fuck you. If you're not ready to engage in that conversation, I'm not ready to talk with you about human rights, about browbeating. I don't want to hear you repeat bootlicker for the 100th fucking time like you're wildly fucking original, like you're the first ever Lulbert in history to ever think of that fucking word. Let's talk about the welfare fraud. You Lulberts love to talk about wasted money. You love to talk about how they're pissing all of our tax dollars away. Well, nothing's pissing our tax dollars away harder than massive $12+ billion welfare fraud. Thank you. Fuck you. Goodbye. Jesus. Why the fuck are we even going down this rabbit hole? Holy shit. Tom Homan, however, had some remarks today. Do you have that one too?
The video.
Before we read the rest of this article, I'd like to see the remarks that he had. I linked them to you. They were on X, actually. It should be the second one right after that. Thank you. Let's watch what he had to say, sir.
Absolutely.
Again, with the agreements we've achieved and following through the agreements, with the rhetoric dropping down, that allows us to pull more agents out once we feel the environment's safer. I begged for the last 2 months on TV for the rhetoric to stop.
Yep.
It said in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed.
Pause that for a second. He said for the last 2 months. I think it's even before that. When these riots weren't even really riots, when it was just organized protests and shit like that, he was still saying this. I can confirm. We've probably covered some of it on this podcast at the time. Tom Homan's been really consistent. Hey, you want to dial down the temperature? You actually want to dial down the temperature? How about you fucking do it? But of course, they didn't want to do that. And all of a sudden, we uncover a bunch of fraud in Minnesota. Suddenly, we crank up the temperature. My, ain't that the coinkiest of goddamn dinks. Go ahead. And
before we hit play again, I want to point out, after what's his face, the fucking nurse got shot, that day, Tim Walz had a press conference, and Klobuchar was there too.
Yep.
Neither one of them said stop obstructing officers. Not
Of course
one.
not. We already learned. I forget if we actually talked about the story, but we already learned that one of the people shepherding these protests, one of the big organizers, is a former campaign advisor for Tim fucking Walz, folks.
Yeah, the Signal group chat.
In case this was at all ambiguous to you at all, in case this was the slightest bit opaque, they went ahead and unmuddied those waters for you.
But both of them said, remember, guys, you have the right to go out there and peacefully protest and blah, blah, blah. And we want to see you getting active in your community, like actively telling them to keep going out there, but not obstruct.
No, this is transparent. This is transparent distraction from the billion-dollar welfare fraud. This is about more than Minnesota, guys. The tendrils of this, if we were to trace this around, if we were not caught up in this distraction, I mean, it was already starting to reach Washington State, Oregon, Arizona, Nevada. It was already reaching other states. Pennsylvania, I heard of Michigan. We were hearing about all these states, and needless to say, California as well. This is not just Minnesota. You know, this is not small potatoes. Everywhere. This isn't one state. This is a massive Democratic, essentially campaign money laundering apparatus, I believe. What is your theory actually in the long run on exactly what the money is for and what it's being used for? Mine is, I think it's going back into the election machine and possibly the election fraud machine. And who knows, maybe even funding some of these riots.
My guess is that it's 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 big entities that are taking a huge chunk of this. And then they give out little stipends, little amounts, their small cuts to the people actually doing the fraud, the smallies, the whoever, the daycares. But most of it, I'm imagining the bigger cuts are being Democrats, actual terrorists organizations.
Yeah, Henshin Fanatic here points out terrorism. We already had that confirmed. It's sent back to Somalia. As I pointed out last week, Al-Shabaab is the organization, the terror organization, opposed to the warlords. The warlords took over after the commie dictator in Somalia was ousted. So people like Ilhan Omar, and yes, people like Tim Walz even, would like for a communist dictator to be installed on account of they're sympathetic to communists. And Ilhan Omar even more because her dad was a general in that dictator's army. So the idea is we fund Al-Shabaab and maybe we get rid of these warlords. Maybe we get to install another commie dictator. That much is obvious. That is clearly one facet of this. But I think it feeds back into the campaign funding apparatus and possibly lobbying as well. Absolutely. 100%.
Definitely. Let's continue.
Hold on before you control Decimo. I live in Iraq and can no longer keep up with Clown World. Every time I periscope at Razör and the like, everything's on fire. You and me both, bro. You and me both. All right. Anyways, let's hear from Tom.
I wish I wasn't right.
I've been there.
I don't
Razor fist whenever he wakes up.
Right? Do I have to finger flip and chair spin today?
Not officers, not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations. For the people out there that don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked for. I started with President Reagan and ending with President Trump.
He's been around since Reagan?
Oh, yeah. He worked under Biden. People talk about that, but he was under Obama. He's been under a bunch of presidents. This guy's very, very good at his job. It's just that most of the previous presidents weren't allowing him to do his job.
Yeah.
But hey, I agree, Tom. Let's change the law. All right. Here's my humble proposal. If you cross the border Arizona ranchers have a legal right to fire you into the sun with a fucking circus cannon. How about that? That's the change to the law that I propose.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
Only a few seconds left.
Every administration, we enforce the same laws. If you don't like what ICE is doing, instead of protesting this building, go protest Congress. Tell me what changes.
That is how you know this is a distraction, by the way. If they cared about changing the law, where would they be protesting? In front of the lawmakers. But the lawmakers are organizing this. Okay? Ilhan Omar is a lawmaker. Tim Walz, he signs the laws or vetoes them, right? These are lawmakers. Lawmakers are behind this. They don't want anyone to foul their hustle. That's what's going on. But as far as getting Congress to change the laws that they don't like, buddy, but we tried that with abortion, and the best the lefties could manage was buying off a bunch of bitches in black robes for 4 decades, only for Roe v. Wade to be overturned. You know, the left aren't crazy about actually changing laws that they don't like, because then they can't be used as a political football. Then that can't be used to marshal the base come midterm time. A solved issue is an issue Democrats can no longer run under. I've said this for years. I said this even before I was a political commentator really on YouTube. I snuck it into the odd video about like socio-political stuff in video games, right? This is a familiar refrain to anybody who's been a longtime viewer, but it's absolutely true. What's your read on that? He's basically saying, hey, if you don't like these ICE raids, change the law, because all they're doing is enforcing the law.
No, I mean it's what he's saying is just very basic stuff.
Yeah.
What it comes down to is, what is ICE? They just enforce immigration. They show up, they arrest rapists and murderers who are here illegally in the country, and they deport them. That's it. But people like Tim Walz, people like Ilhan Omar, have told the public Trump is doing something illegal. He even said, Tim Walz himself said at that press conference after that dude got shot, ICE, they're not law enforcement. I should go find the clip. Yeah. He said, ICE are not law enforcement. We have our own law enforcement.
Yeah. When they have to open fire,
suggesting that they're an extra judicial force that are on the street.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. If they're having to open fire, it's gone well past the point of where it would have been with like an actual police officer in a traffic stop. That's the thing that's not fully appreciated in these shooting scenarios. Like, ICE are literally just there to pick people up. They're not out there roaming in the streets with guns drawn and aimed at people's heads. This is a different situation, but they are having to constantly be at DEFCON 1 all the time, because they are now aware that there's extremely violent opposition. Gang, watch the Nick Shirley videos. They were violent towards him. They were stalking him. Like, the guy, what's his name, David, that he was running around Somalia with? Mm-hmm. One of the things he kept repeating is these people are extremely violent, so be careful. By the time they did the second man on the street video, the sort of follow-up, I don't know if you watched it yet, they literally had to hire private security to follow them around. That's how lovely and warm and fuzzy the Somali community in Minnesota is. So this violence, it's not at all unpredictable. This is why they're showing up, kind of. It's not that they're spoiling for a fight. It's that they actually watch YouTube. And you got to at least be aware of what you're walking into, rather. All right. Let's see here. Richard Slammer, got to ask you right off the top, Razor, if you've seen that new Raphael CGI test trailer by the same guy who did the Donatello and Leonardo. No, did you?
No, what?
You remember that video of Leonardo? It kind of looked like the 1990 TMNT. And he was like fighting a bunch of foot ninjas. It was kind of like
yes.
Apparently somebody did one for Raphael. We're big Ninja Turtles. We love our Ninja Turtles.
The same guy. He did Leonardo, Donatello, and now there's a Raphael one. Yes, I did see that. It looks fucking amazing.
Does it?
Yeah.
Did that same guy do Last Ronin? I can't remember.
I don't know if he did it last Raymond
Dustin the
animation.
Grim from JCW Lunacy to the RazörForce Offensive Thursdays are turning out to be pretty good. Godspeed. And we're trying to be more consistent with these streams. I hope you've been enjoying them. Dr. Admiral. Hey, Razor, I only really trust you and Taryn nowadays when it comes to politics and news. And I don't even trust us. Do you have any recommendations for any shows or stuff to listen to that you trust? I don't know how you approach it, Taryn, but I like to get a wide amount, like a lot of different opinions from different parts of the political spectrum. I pick up, I've kind of gone into boomer territory. I went from reading, online news to jumping over to newspapers. So I get a hard copy of a newspaper. I pick up the Epoch Times, which is more right-leaning, and then I pick up the New York Times or Arizona Republic or something like that. And I tell you, dude, by the time I read through a few pages of that, I pretty much got a whole podcast ready to go. I already know what I want to talk about, The thing I like about newspapers is they're so slow that the coverage has to get a little more in depth. So it's not quite as shallow of analysis. I love the internet and how quick information comes to us, but sometimes it comes to us fast, but it's very shallow analysis. Look at how people are still debating the killing of this guy who hadn't been an ICU nurse in years, right? All these different angles and shit. Like, it's a function of the fact that it's very shallow when it first comes to you. But sorry, you were about to say something?
I was just going to point out that I don't really listen to political podcasts. I will read articles from not articles, but I'll try to get my news from sources like, I forget what his name is, Aaron McIntyre on X.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, what the fuck is it called? 0 Hour 1 is another good one. And of course, sometimes Breitbart, occasionally. Some from Newsmax. I try, when it comes to actual news, I try to keep it varied, just so I'm getting multiple angles of the same story, just in case there are slight differences.
Yeah,
but I'm not really a political podcast guy.
Right. Yeah, me too. I don't watch a lot of political podcasts. It's one of the reasons we have so much variety. We'll talk a little bit of like video game news and whatever too, because I don't know, a lot of I'm definitely not a politics junkie, if that makes sense. I went to school for politics, but I'm still not a junkie with it. It does get a bit much. So if some of you guys have a little bit of battle fatigue, trust me, I'm way ahead of you on this one. Speaking of which, linchpin, not to blackpill, but is it possible too many normies simply pull a Rome and allow the Republic to continue to decay? Too many lazy people. I would say if you're looking at the decline of Rome, we're already displaying some of those symptoms. Wouldn't you agree? If you know anything about the fall of Rome, currency devaluation was a big part of that. Currency devaluation. And I was just at a used bookstore yesterday, and I'm standing in line, and it was such a man on the street moment where just two randos started talking about the fact that they had phased out the penny. And they're going back and forth. And it's clear, like, they're not super lefties, even though it's a bookstore. So they're like, oh, if we didn't spend so much money on foreign wars, if we didn't try and fix all the world's problems, this wouldn't be an issue. You know what I mean? Like, it was very much a moment of, oh, I'm kind of taking the temperature of the electorate right now. And I can't say I disagreed. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Taryn, you got to read on that? Do you think the public is so indifferent, so self-centered, so self-absorbed, they would just let it all fall to pieces? I think there's been indications in some elections recently that that's not true.
No, I don't believe so. I think a lot of that is just social media, honestly. When it comes to the common person, they're, like you pointed out many times, they just want to buy their groceries. They want to be able to afford gas. They want to buy a house.
Yep.
For what little that they have, they want to hold on to that.
Yeah.
They're not going to black pill and let America burn, I don't think.
Yeah, as bad as the Minnesota stuff is, It's the price of groceries, the price of gas, that kind of shit, the job market, inflation. That's the kind of thing that's going to decide the midterms. As bad as all this Minnesota stuff looks, it's big for political junkies, for the hardcore right and left. It'll help marshal the left base, I guess. In that sense, it could be efficacious for them. But if they're focusing on that and they believe that's going to be their deliverance, I think they're taking their eye off the ball, personally. But yeah, I agree. Too many lazy people. One aspect of the fall of Rome was immigration. It was a big aspect. And what we're talking about today, what Tom Homan here is talking about, is germane to that topic. It's kind of evidence that we're not going the way of Rome, in a way. So, but folks, I know you were waiting on a pertinent issue like this, on a tough, controversial issue like this. You wanted to hear from the Lulbertarians. I know you did. And fortunately, folks, the Lulberts weighed in at about 500 pounds. Yep. From reason.com. Where have the don't tread on me Republicans gone? You want to read that, bro? Let's fume together.
Where have all the don't tread on me Republicans gone, and where are all the gods? Sorry.
Are you singing the song? Seriously?
No.
Yeah.
Many, I don't know what you're talking about.
But
many conservatives are embracing big government. Yeah, sure they are. From police state immigration. Oh yeah.
Police state immigration.
I saw a cop on my street arresting a guy. Police state. Oh my God. In our neighborhood, man. In our neighborhood. You don't understand. They had assault rifles.
Right? They had assault flashlights, Taryn.
Based on the troubling goings on in Minneapolis, it's hard to describe a former GOP rep Justin Amash or Amish, what's his name, on X as hyperbolic. They're building a police state right before our eyes. Oh my God! See, it's shit like this. Let's turn down the temperature. Which will ultimately be deployed against conservative Christian and gun owners. Yeah, if you're ever in charge.
Yeah, no shit.
And those who refuse the jab.
Oh, the jab. You want to bring up COVID. Hey, what role did immigrants, both legal and illegal, play in the COVID pandemic? What was that again? Hey, what did China do right at the beginning of that? Where they shut down all domestic flights, but then kept the international ones open just to make sure the rest of the world would get sick along with them. That shit. What role did immigration play again?
Hey, Razor, you remember when Trump said he wanted to close down international flights and everyone
Pelosi had Pelosi had a meltdown. Thank you for bringing that up, bro.
I remember that one bitch, was it on MSNBC or something like that, who was like, it was the Chinese New Year, and they said, Trump wants to shut down international flights, but these are racist. Yep. Go out and hug an Asian person today.
She went to Chinatown. Pelosi did a photo op in Chinatown and said, hug a Chinese person today.
Was that Pelosi?
Yes.
Am I remembering that correctly? Oh my God.
That was Nancy Pelosi did that.
Fuck, man. All right. Anyway.
And a lot of Republicans with Gadsden flags in their bios are like, yeah, look around and find out.
There's no hope for anyone cheering, but responsible conservatives have a rationale for defending these actions. It's better than having Democrats in charge. Had, say, Kamala Harris won the presidency, she would have imposed socialistic policies, they say. That's probably true. Keep that, underline that. But have you noticed the latest policy plans from Donald Trump? Hey, Kamala Harris would have nuked the Middle East, but Donald Trump, am I right?
Bro, anyway, okay. Just run through any of the near misses, all the predictions of World War III. the bombing of the Iranian nuclear facilities.
Okay, hold on. Let me put.
Is there a doubt in your mind that Kamala Harris would have failed to extricate us from that situation? We'd probably be months
we
deep
would be
into
at war with Iran right
Yeah.
now.
We'd be months deep into a hot war right now. Jesus Christ. Where were
his economic proposals echo the Democratic platform as part of an affordability agenda designed to mitigate ongoing inflation caused in part by his own tariff policies.
Would those be the tariff policies that you signal boosted Elon Musk and claimed there was going to be a massive recession by the end of the year? With those same tariff policies, Reason.com? Because I remember that, buddy. I remember that, Reason. I remember when you signal boosted that bullshit.
Motherfuckers. Anyway. Impartial over here on the RazörForce offensive.
No shit. No shit. And the don't tread on me thing is a reference to safeguarding our liberty, right? As I said on Twitter, like, gang, if lulberts are all about liberty, and we're importing metric motherfucking millions of illegals, almost all of whom are Central American socialists, who will and are voting for massive curtailments of both liberty and your fucking wallet. Who is doing the treading on who, titwank? These people habitually vote illegally for cyclopean expansions of the American government. Open those borders, bitch. See what ditch the Sinaloa cartel buries your liberty in. Shut the fuck up.
First, he plans to cap interest rates on credit cards at 10%. The president recently called U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren a squawk. No.
Hey, Connor, Latinos voted for Trump. No, Cubans voted for Trump, prick. Cubans voted for Trump. Who did illegals vote for? You clown. How many ballots were Kamala only and then blank for everyone else? In southwestern states, you cum burping bitch. Sit down and shut up. Fucking retard. Anyway, continue.
A progressive Democratic rabble-rouser. Oh, she's a rabble-rouser. To house out this idea. Second, he said he's immediately taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. People live in homes, not corporations. This is similar to an idea pushed by Governor Gavin Newsom. Although Trump's plan, a total ban, goes even further than what California's progressive Democrats have been proposing. Third, you know what? I'll say it after I'm done, but this. Third, he's embraced various policies that let the federal government interfere. I'm just in my mind. I am highlighting words here. Fucking journos, you don't need them enough. With the governance of private companies, he has proposed a cap on compensation for CEOs of defense contractors. Which, isn't that like, you don't want more foreign wars? I think that's directed more at the defense contractor aspect than the CEO aspect. He's called for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which are government-sponsored enterprises, to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds from the private market to potentially lower mortgage rates.
Which I don't agree with, but sounds more like one of the many instances of Trump, doing the old floating some bullshit out there to see what sticks. And if people hit back, then he backs off, because he hasn't moved forward on policy with that, right? Anytime I hear Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, right, I have just about a Fukushima meltdown. But
he has muscled private companies such as Intel to sell portions of their companies to the government. This gives the president and the feds power to dictate corporate policy, a long-standing goal of democratic socialists. Oh my God. See, if Trump's just doing this, why don't you just elect a Democrat?
Yeah.
They'll do it too.
You notice the example he doesn't use there? if you're thinking of a business, a corporation that had to be sold to an American company and Trump stepped in and forced them to do it, what's missing from that statement? What company would be the most obvious one? And it came down the very week this article was written. TikTok, stupid.
Yep.
TikTok. Fuck. They purposely don't mention TikTok. Why? Because they're an arm of the CCP. They know that would be an unsympathetic example, even though it's a much better example than what he actually cited. Fucking propagandistic prick.
Continuing.
Yeah.
Fourth, the president is expanding handouts to individual Americans. He's proposed 2,000 tariff dividend checks, which is reminiscent of Joe Biden's COVID-related stimulus checks.
Mm-hmm.
He announced a $12 billion bailout of farmers to mitigate his tariff policies. Tariffs are particularly pernicious tax hikes.
Tax hikes. This is always the frame of Lulberts. This is always
now
the frame. Now, this has been debunked, but actually I did a video about it, but they love to frame it as a tax on us, right? Which is not traditionally been the case. And this past year, many of the things that they predicted it was going to be reflected in have failed to materialize. So this is just your classic kind of Lulbert reframe. God, Lulberts have been absolutely insufferable between Minnesota and everything. Oh, it's just been brutal. Skip to the part about Minnesota. Oh God, they're citing the Cato Institute. You knew the Cato Institute.
They're Cato Institute.
I'm waiting on the Goldwater Institute now. Just let's check all the cringy boxes. This is what you're witnessing here really with Lulberts, and the reason why they're so left of late is basically any libertarian that actually wanted to enact policy, actually wanted to redress and roll back the sides of government, has long since they long since recognized that Trump was an opportunity for them to do that. They could just join the ranks of Republicans, work from the inside, and hopefully move things in a slightly more libertarian direction. The ideal example of this is the former professional wrestler turned mayor of Knox County, Glenn Jacobs, right? Kane. He was a big time libertarian. Go watch some of his economic lectures from before he was a politician. Super libertarian. But when Trump came along, he was smart enough to recognize, hey, this is an opportunity. Maybe I shouldn't spurg and bullshit and write retarded articles like this. And the end result is Glenn Jacobs is actually getting shit done. And what are these fuckheads doing? Fucking ridiculous.
Look at how
if Lulberts sink any lower, we'll have to change their name to the USS Libertarians, I think.
Look at this. They bring up California. I don't know if you can see my highlight there on the stream.
Yeah.
They bring up California, but the answer is getting the government out of the way by reducing fees and regulations, which Trump can't do, but California can.
Yep.
So why are you bitching about Trump?
Exactly.
This is this sounds like a California problem.
You know who jumped on this actually? Very disappointed in him. Michael Savage, who's a big inspiration of mine, but man, he had a meltdown about this. And the end result was he kept taking this super soft hand with Gavin Newsom. I'm sure having nothing at all to do with the fact that Gavin Newsom has invited Michael Savage out to dinner multiple times while Trump refuses to return his calls. And he gives a stiff backhand to Trump. It's like personal resentment masquerading as punditry. Just, endlessly irritating. Endlessly irritating. Because it's so insincere. It's just laughably insincere.
I'm still looking for the thing about Minneapolis or Minnesota.
He kind of opened with it. I thought he would return to talking about Minneapolis, but no, instead he just kept blathering on about a bunch of, like a great big long list of bitch fit items. So once
that
again,
will benefit crony capitalists, not consumers. What the fuck is a libertarian? What do they stand for?
What
I don't get it.
Yeah, well, like I said, I kind of didn't finish my thought, but when you lose so many of the libertarians on the right, like a Glenn Jacobs, like a Val Venus or whatever, you inevitably are left with who? You're left with the party of pot people, the hippies who are embarrassed to be Democrats. That's what the big L, emphasis on L, Libertarian Party today is left with. That's basically what it is. So they kind of find themselves not even a center left party, but kind of a far left party. They're not even the rightist elements of the libertarian platform have been drastically de-emphasized in favor of these kind of woke civil rights talking points and shit. And then the occasional vague Mises Institute kind of economic talking point. Oh, it's just the worst, the lowest order of utter blathering.
These days, Republicans are pursuing a seamless garment of big government, from police state immigration tactics to their interventionist economic policies. What do you stand for? Like, what is the message here? Is the message, well, Trump was a waste of time. We should have got a Democrat in office and just forced them to do what we want? That's what I'm getting. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. No, you have your finger definitely in the wind on that. They've positioned themselves basically as a rightist spoiler at this point. This is kind of, sadly, we're going to talk about election fraud a little bit. Third parties at this point are kind of like political laundering operations for fraudulent votes now. There were a whole bunch of, there was a huge uptick in libertarian votes at the same time that suddenly, the tickets were split and there was all kinds of fraud in states like Arizona, Georgia. It's kind of a signpost of it. And we're talking inordinate spikes in libertarian votes, like numbers they've never pulled in any election before or since. Actually, one week we really need to break those numbers down, because with some of the news coming out, I think election fraud as an issue is back on our menu, and I am really, really glad it's back on our menu, boys. All right.
By the way, the person who does the TMNT animations, his name is John Likens. You can watch his stuff on YouTube. The Raphael video is up now.
Oh, sweet.
Moving on.
All right. Jigs Dinoga. The left loses, claims it's a win. Bald podcasters blindly agree. Then 2 days later, the left stacks a dozen L's at once. And baldies hope you forget. I can't imagine who you're thinking of. I can't imagine who you're thinking of. This has been a recurrent cycle, dude. The left will wind up holding a gigantic L in terms of policy or optics or whatever. They spin it as a win, and then a bunch of podcasters who a few years ago weren't even shit will swoop in and eagerly grab onto that L and just desperately try and stamp it on the forehead of Donald Trump or the administration. That's ultimately what we've been witnessing again and again. It's a fucking recurrent cycle, and it's getting old. Really old. Let's see here.
I do have one over on Rumble.
Yeah, I forgot. Please, thank you for keeping an eye on Rumble, sir.
The engaged few. The Emperor has sent Lord Vader to Hoth.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Cal 2127. How do you feel about Blind Guardian's Nightfall and Middle Earth album? I like it, even though Hansi Kirsch is a sack of shit. Chuck Flea, Moist Critical brought up the Epstein files again during his ice rant. That was so cringe. Oh, it's backbendingly cringe.
I don't watch him.
Yeah. Why do people act like a portion of those files weren't already released? What is it? Like 2/3 of them are already out. I mean, they have to be slowly, disseminated. That's what's happened over the course of several months. Would I like to have all of them?
They got to make sure that you can't copy and paste them now this time.
I wish they had done that to begin with. But I wish they had already released them all? Yes, if only for some people to shut the fuck up about it. Because if you notice, every time there's a great big batch of them, all the people who claim it's the number one most important earth-shattering issue, they don't even cover the files. Those same podcasters. It's not like they do a 3-part docuseries on the world-rending revelations of the latest drops or whatever. They're not even covering them. It's so laughably insincere. It's just so that they have a wedge in the door of black pilling, really is what it is. They're shepherding people toward the black pill. Real karma, Minneapolis would be worse if the Ice Aid cancer was still active. Also, what do you think of David Schweikert for AZ governor? I think I'm not a big fan of Schweikert. So yeah, I would not support him personally. I think Andy Biggs is the way to go. I don't like Andy Biggs a whole lot either. But I don't know. With us talking about the election fraud, we're going to talk about Georgia in a little bit. The election fraud in Georgia basically happened through the same method as in Arizona. So if Georgia falls, and we're going to talk about this is a crazy story. The FBI actually raided election offices over there. Gang, maybe there could be redress for Kari Lake. I don't know what would happen. It's been several years since that election, but she is the rightful governor of Arizona. Like, something's got to happen, special election or something. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, Schweikert, not a fan, doesn't get my endorsement. And let me tell you, his ads are annoying. He sends freaking mailers to everyone. Do you get phone calls from this clown? All right. The fraud explains why Harris chose Walz for VP. Dude, I've been saying that ever since this story broke. What about you, Taryn?
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, we brought it up before. Basically, she just wanted her piece of the pie. It would have been a great way to get all that money back. How much money did she spend on that campaign?
Right. Well, that's the thing. She inherited Biden's war chest, or at least a sizable portion of it. She had to be picked for monetary reasons. The DNC was struggling with its shit. Their coffers were not exactly stacked. Trump was actually pretty well funded. So, you know, if Kamala's struggling with her shit, if she was picked for monetary reasons, and it doesn't look like she's going to win without some real help, Tim Walz doesn't make sense from a political standpoint because he's left of her. But if he's got access to a massive Somalia fraud ring windfall, suddenly Tim Walz starts to make a little bit more sense as a VP pick. Suddenly it makes sense that you would put somebody up who is that hapless in the debate with J.D. Vance. That was a live murder, folks. Sometimes I just go back and watch that VP debate just for the shits and giggles. It's good times. Taryn, let me put this question to you. Thoughts on people who say Trump surrendered? I assume they mean in Minnesota.
Surrendered to fucking what?
Yeah, is such a Schrodinger's news bulletin. I didn't get that sense at all. I didn't get that sense. It's Trump projecting, hey, I don't want ICE agents to be roving around murdering people. It's not like he can just say he's not concerned. Somebody got shot. Okay. Let's make sure everything's being done right. Let's make sure every T is crossed and every I is dotted. I understand that. Him taking that posture, I don't think is surrender, unless you have a specific instance that you think. I haven't gotten that vibe at all, personally.
No, they're waiting for the proper investigation to be done to find out everything that happened. We still haven't even seen the body cam footage yet. And there are like 6 people or 8 people that were around the guy. It's like, let it work itself out. Then we comment. And if this shit keeps going on, he sent people there. He sent more people there to find out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
If it gets worse, then you send in the troops.
Primark, they're trying to hype up the AZ shooting as well. Yeah, a member of a human trafficking ring. Didn't exactly take. I don't think this is not exactly George Floyd. It's more Jorge Floyd. I don't think it's going to work, personally. They're trying. God bless them. They're trying, but this is a red state colonized by Democrats. I don't see it happening. They'll have to ship in a lot of people to make that riot happen. And most of those people are already dispatched to Somalia, so I'm not sure that's really an option at this point. Neville Singham, we need to hear his name more. Yeah, we talked about him last week with China Uncensored. Shout out to Chris Chappell. That's a guy who does need to be talked about more. Central American billionaire, funded the No Kings rallies, has funded he funded the Summer of Love. Pretty much wherever there's an Antifa rally, some communistic bullshit, he's always bankrolling it. Always bankrolling it. You don't hear about it a lot too, because the left don't want to talk about it. Right-wing podcasters are too big of engagement whores. So, you know, he doesn't have a hooked nose, so we can't make that cringy joke. So, of course, we're not going to talk about Neville Singham. It's like, oh, it's bullshit. So, of course, there's no incentive from either side. The Azure Nightmare, right libertarian here. I stand with ICE. Hell upon Tampon Tim, the illegals and their sympathizers. This waste must stop. All right. The Fraud explains how the DNC doesn't go bankrupt. It is quite a laundering organization. It is. Skyrim the Shrimp, people getting dumber and dumber. The Alex situation isn't a Second Amendment problem. You don't have a right to be armed while committing a felony. If all he did was stand on the sidewalk, it'd be different. But instead, he tried to fight the feds. And earlier that week or whatever, there's video footage of him literally like kicking an ICE vehicle and getting in a physical confrontation,
breaking the taillight.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Like, this was not some passive, like, he wasn't just sitting on a stoop minding his own fucking business. That did not happen.
Hold on a second. Before we move off of that, I just want to say every news headline I've seen about this coming from a a left-wing news organization or what have you, news account, X, whatever.
Yeah.
Every single one says, male nurse shot by ICE.
And he hasn't been a nurse in years.
That's it. That's all you hear. If you're just a casual guy who doesn't read, casual voter, doesn't read articles, that's all you're reading. Oh, the cops shot a nurse. Those horrible people.
Yep.
If they had fucking arrested his ass the day he broke that taillight and he spat at and tried to start a fight with ICE, he would be waiting for a court date in a jail cell instead of, being dead.
Yeah. It looks, incidentally, from the footage, it looks like the gun negligently discharged or something.
So and my take is
they thought they were being shot at and applied deadly force, like maybe a mistake, but not a execution style gangland murder like the news is portraying it as. But that was my read from the multiple angles I saw it.
That is my take as well. Remember, guys, grain of salt, we don't actually know. This is just our take from it.
Yeah.
But yes, the SIG, of course, this fucking idiot buys the meme gun from like 6 months ago that you jostle this little thing. You look up videos, you jostle it, and it goes off.
Yeah, it's like the old it's like the old, what was it called? The old Japanese World War II pistol. You ever hear of this? The Nambu?
Yeah.
This thing is freaking unbelievable. There was a little button on the side of it. And if you bumped that button, and I mean slightly bumped that button, the damn thing discharged. Without pulling the trigger, this thing must have killed so many Japanese soldiers in World War II. It was such a piece of shit. It was the SIG of the World War II era.
So
Absolutely.
My take is, he goes out there, he starts a fight, he yells, he spits at them, he gets in a fight. They try to get him down on the ground. They see the gun. One officer, now remember, grain of salt, we don't know. Not for certain. Don't take our word for it. An officer grabs the gun, takes it away. The next few steps happen in like 2 seconds. Takes the gun, goes off. He, at the same time, reaches for the gun that is now not on him. He's already been disarmed. He's reaching for where it was. The officers hear the gunshot and open fire.
Yeah.
That is my take.
That's what it looks like. Happened. But again, that's based on what we can see now. That's based on what we can see. So, kind of not really sure on that one. It just looked like a cluster to me.
Yeah.
One more, and then we will talk about the latest distraction du jour. I've been getting a lot of Taekwondo's training. All right. take one. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. The distraction du jour, Taryn. Did you hear? Ilhan Omar done had been attacked.
Oh, God.
Well, we just got a new angle. Dude, I called this the moment I saw it. I'm like, dude, that is funnier than gas station sushi. That don't smell right.
Oh, it gets better. We can
This
watch
is the new
this.
camera angle, dude. So apparently some guy runs up to her during this speech, and everyone saw the other angle. I have a copy of that too if you want to see it. But from the other angle, it was maybe the slightest bit more debatable. I don't know. I could tell right from
we can talk over this. We just need to see it. But,
yeah.
Okay.
DHS secretary.
All right. So she's having her stupid press conference. This guy.
She looks at the guy.
Let's rewind. Slow-mo. Vertical hold.
She looks at the guy twice before he even gets up. See?
Yeah. She's expecting it.
Yeah.
Mind you, before this happened, from the other camera angle, he is front and center. The camera is on him. The audience camera is directly on him. Do you have that one? We'll watch that later if you've got it.
I do have that one.
Let's watch. Okay. She
Yep.
side eyes him there. She looks at him.
Yep.
She's expecting it. It hits her. He doesn't aim for the face or anything.
No.
He aims for the shirt.
Just for a goofy Hillary Clinton shirt.
She doesn't react, really. Now oh my God.
And then she gets off and the freaking Oscar for best choreography goes to.
Yeah.
Bro. He hit her what, in the belly? Let me see that.
It's like the chest or the shirt.
Yeah.
Like here.
Face, neck, and chest, yes. Bro, you can't go
honestly,
spraying.
you could say he has good aim.
Right. Can't go spraying Ilhan Omar in the face with a hot viscous liquid. You're not even related. What the fuck?
She's not worried. She doesn't know what it was.
Doesn't get quarantined or anything or whatever. Somebody was pointing out they used to work for like a corporation and they opened an envelope and there was a white powder in it. And immediately the whole building locked down and they had to be in quarantine and they had immediately go to the hospital just in case so it could all be tested. And this was all protocol in this freaking Podunk Town Corporation or whatever. And the person ends the tweet by saying, hey, does this random business have a more stringent containment protocol than Congress? That doesn't make any sense. It turned out, of course, or at least it has come out since, it was apple cider vinegar.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, no, right? Not to be confused with what her brother shoots at her. That would be insider vinegar. But that's actually the same kind of trading that she likes, actually, if you've seen her income, incidentally. This just looks, from this angle, dude, it looks especially staged. Especially staged. Let me see if I can find that other angle. It's not that much different. And then, just to really hang a ribbon on it, I actually should probably show this. Carrie Lake showed this, but actually, let me...
Oh, I've got something to show in the meantime.
Do you?
Here. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, look.
Yep.
Whoops. Whoopsie.
This is not even subtle, gang. This is not even subtle. And here's how you this really tied a bow on the op. She immediately did a press conference. I think it was today, where she was beating her chest about how I won't be silenced. And well, shoot, let's just watch it. Let's just watch it.
My presence here should tell you that the fear and intimidation doesn't work on me. The president's rhetoric, the attacks.
The president.
gotten into public office from the right wing has always been really to stop me from being in public service.
Is that nose ring halal? Is that standard Muslim procedure?
To intimidate me, to make me want to quit. And my only message is it hasn't worked thus far, and it's not going to work in the future.
This all
Freaking she was locked and loaded with that bullshit, dude. How phony is this shit? This is all to distract from the fraud. And how much money did she make off of it? We all know about her winery now. We didn't even talk about that. Have you been seeing that?
Yeah, that
She had
would
a
be
fake
her
fucking
business.
winery.
That would be her business that gained 10,000% stock or whatever equity. I forget what the wording was.
Clear laundering, I mean, this bitch is up to her armpits in this Somali fraud. 100%. She's the poster child for it. Again, this is why last week I was talking about no one seems to be asking who are these Somalis. It's not just that they're Somalis. What kind of Somalis came to America during the multiple waves of migration? And for the most part, they were people who had supported that socialist shitbag dictator who was ousted in the early 90s. So these were dirtbags back in Somalia, and they still are, right? They're still dirtbags here in America, it turns out. And actually, shoot, people were all about the syringes this week. Did you see the story about the nurse encouraging protesters to bring syringes?
If you want to bring up my screen one more time.
Yeah.
That's something else for you there.
Oh, yeah.
Here he is, and there are his weird kids. So, you know, totally MAGA.
Yeah, I think his wife or ex-wife was worked on Ilhan Omar's campaign too. I mean, this is just really blatant stuff, dude. Really,
Anyway.
This must have been so slapdash and slipshod. They didn't even take their time on this.
No.
That's how you know they're on their back foot. That's why this is getting so violent. Only a huge eruption of violence can distract from fraud this blatant, from corruption this blatant. They don't want anyone tracking any of these tendrils back to the source. They don't want that. They don't want them running down how this connects to fraud in Arizona, to fraud in Georgia, to fraud in Nevada, to fraud in Michigan. They don't want that. We were starting to put the pieces together. And now instead, we're talking about bootlickers and freaking ICE raids. And we're having Tom Homan take time out of his day to go down there. And Trump is having to make public statements. This is all a fucking distraction. And honestly, we're complicit in the distraction. The big takeaway today needs to be that this is a distraction. Get back on point, people. Stop chasing white rabbits down bunny holes. Poison! That girl. Nurse urges people to inject ICE agents with drug that paralyzes and stops breathing. Nice.
Is there anything more dangerous and terrifying than a leftist healthcare worker?
Dude!
How many have we seen over the past 5 or 6 years?
Man.
If somebody MAGA comes in here, I'm gonna give them this, or I'm gonna unplug them, or whatever. I'm gonna prescribe them the wrong amount of drug. Like, oh god,
it makes you wish it makes you wish you lived in like a small town with just like a nearsighted Doc Johnson down the road who makes house calls. You know what I mean? Like, fuck these big hospitals. You don't know who's working there. Are these the same nurses who were doing the freaking lambada during COVID on TikTok? Like, I don't want any of those people treating my boo-boos.
Let's read, won't we? It is Libs of TikTok that is asking VCU Health in Richmond, Virginia. Oh, God, Virginia, no wonder. The organization's thoughts on a nurse employee who suggests people inject ICE agents with a drug that paralyzes them and stops their breathing. A report at Not Debate bluntly asked, is there anything more dangerous and terrifying than a leftist healthcare worker?
Yeah.
The references are to nurse Belinda Rose Cook, a CNRA, at the hospital. She posted a series of videos encouraging people to inject ICE agents with, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that.
That would be succinylcholine.
Succinylcholine.
Dude, this is how you know she watches too much true crime. This is what the wives always kill their husbands with in all those.
Great.
In the Forensic Files episodes and shit. If any of you watch Forensic Files, you're like, I know exactly how to pronounce that. Right? It's the wine mom's weapon of choice.
A temporary paralysis drug and spray poison on them. She also encourages women to go on dates with agents and drug their food. Any comment, VCU Health? How can you have such a vile person working with patients? How can anyone feel safe at your facilities if you employ such people? Libs of TikTok said. And this would be it here.
Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Are we sure we want to watch this?
Yep.
All right.
I thought of something good. I think it's something weird spot. Sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers, grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine. You know, whatever. That will probably be a deterrent.
Does this person still have a job?
This person should be in prison.
Did they still have a job? I'm asking a serious question.
I have not read the follow-up. So
where are all the people who were on top of the Charlie Kirk posts and getting people fired and shit? This bitch should be in the slammer. The fuck? Oh, she was fired. Okay. Comstar Knight says.
For today's resistance tip, I vote. Anybody got any poison ivy, poison oak in their yard?
Yeah, she got fired.
Get some of that up with gloves, obviously. Get it in some water, like a gallon of water. Get the poison ivy oak water, and I'm gonna put it into a water gun.
Bitch, who hurt you?
Aim for faces, hands.
Apart from whoever did that eye makeup.
Where these guys are going, have a chance to do something.
There's a compilation?
This is a compilation. Yes. We're watching it right now.
Yes, we are.
You know, not without risk, but could help the cause for sure. Get on Tinder, get on Hinge, find these guys. They're around. If they're an ICE agent, bring some X-Lax and put it in their drinks.
Spike their drinks.
Get them sick.
Make them a Cosby colada. What the fuck?
Just enough to incapacitate them, get them off the street for the next day. Highly easily deniable. You know, you could get sick.
Yeah, really easily deniable, especially if you record a TikTok about it, you stupid bitch.
I'm just saying.
This woman, to be a nurse, you at least have to have some education. I understand being a nurse or jumping into the medical field is basically the default major after you basically flunk out of underwater basket weaving studies or whatever like liberal arts bullshit they were doing before that. That's the problem with nurses, really. That's why they're so unhinged like this. This is the thing they fell back on, gang. They weren't going to school going, I want to be a nurse. I want to help people. Nah, no. They were thinking, I want to be a ballerina. I want to do interpretive dance. Oops, I'm pushing 30 and I don't have any way to support myself. And my last 5 boyfriends pump me and dump me. Fucking shit, quick medical degree, DeVry. Fucking dude, every time. And it's either that or public school teacher, which is why so many of these public school teacher bitches are now diddling your kids. It's because they've got their unresolved issues from high school. They're having to fall back on public teaching degrees. Yeah, good times.
Oh, what? I love this. This is not grounds for firing. This is grounds for arrest.
Okay. I thought this person was defending them.
No. Paralytic used only in emergency settings because immediately after injecting, patients are paralyzed and must be intubated, which is put the tube down their throat. Without intubation, they die. On Tuesday, VCU Health issued a statement indicating the nurse had been placed on administrative leave.
Leave?
She needs to be fired, have her license revoked, and potentially face charges. Yes.
Germane to that, Infernal Knight says the right needs to acknowledge and take very seriously the left's amateur insurgent organization that was revealed and how high up it reached. It needs to be met with our own preparation. Harden your hearts. It is very organized, but it's also very artificial. And because it's so well organized, you can use that against them. Look at how long it took for them to get these riots going. It took them over a week after the Nick Shirley expose. Gang, it took time to put these pieces in place. So if you apply the flood the zone strategy that Trump has been doing on every other thing, not so effectively of late, I have to admit, you can forestall that to a degree because they won't have time to organize and they can't be in 20 places at once. Right. This is one of the reasons I don't think the attempted martyr in Arizona is going to catch on, is because pretty much all their paid agitators are wrapped up in Minnesota right now. They can't be in two places at once. Johnny De Azevedo, I think. We need a cover of Ain't I Right by Marty Robbins to combat Springsteen's bullshit. We do. If only Toby Keith weren't dead. All right, let's see here. Ben Manjerier, Razor for Pretty. I've listened to Nate the lawyer and others, and I think there might/is legit cases on Border Patrol for their handling of it, and Kristi Noem should be gone for inaccurate comments. Well, Kristi Noem, if she didn't make the comments knowing that they were false, there's not much they can do there anyways. So if, in other words, if she was operating from the same standpoint that we were, hey, this is the angle of footage that I saw, so this is kind of what I think of what happened, there's no culpability there. But it depends on what she said. I didn't actually see her comments, so yeah, here we go. Atari Nobunaga, on the subject of political apathy, do you personally believe Trump is a symptom of all of this political apathy in the past odd 60 years? I think you get a Trump. You get a candidate who is as drastic of a repudiation of the entire political system as Trump because of years and years of apathy, because of years and years of people not paying attention, not fighting the battles that were worth fighting, retreating culturally and socio-politically. I definitely think there's something to that, personally. All right, here we go. Marussia Dark, Mark Twain said the devil can't bear ridicule. Send people dressed in circus garb to mock these demonic rats like the clowns they are. They kind of mock themselves, don't they? Dude, I knew it was going to be, 10 minutes into these riots that we saw it. Did you see the dude? There were people turning up in Guy Fawkes masks already.
Oh my God.
What year is it? And the dude was like 300 pounds too. What is this? V for Velveeta? Fuck. Shit. Lee Kindler. If the country was run the way Lulbertarians want, Thomas Massey would be some warlord's bitch within a month. Dude, they're not even crazy about Milei, some of these Lulbertarians. It's crazy. Milei's like the only effectual libertarian in history, and some of them are pissed at him. Oh, he's too authoritarian. All right. Sonic Boomers, these two shootings have not hit a third of the searches of Fentanyl Floyd in the polls. 55% opposed the killing compared to 80% for George. Yeah, that was a different time, though. I think a lot of people, even on the right, were like, dude, I still followed Mike Cernovich on Twitter when Fentanyl Floyd happened. Do you guys remember how hard he melted down over that killing? He was all in with the pitchfork-wielding mob. A lot of people on the right got caught up in that. It didn't look good. Look at the footage. It did not look good. When you stopped to think about it for more than 10 minutes, you started to go, maybe actually, you know what? Once the actual evidence was laid out, and of course, after we saw the autopsy that showed he did not die from the knee to the neck, which it wasn't even the neck, it was the upper back. But after that, it obviously wasn't that. Let's see here. Mage Leader, on the one hand, I applaud Trump for making progress without the Insurrection Act. On the other hand, I kind of wanted him to just rip off the Band-Aid, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's evidence he's not really that authoritarian. He'd like these people to just calm down on their own. But, dude, did you see him basically come right out? Shoot, we read it in an article earlier and say that he thinks that it's at least partially caused by the revelations of fraud in Minnesota. That these people are out there. Basically, he was alluding to the fact that this is a massive distraction. And it is. It is. It's a weapon of mass distraction, as it were. Reason are corporate globalist knob gobblers. Godspeed. Golden Fleece. Lulberts, why does no one take us seriously as a party? Also Lulberts. Question, how do you think ICE is doing in Minnesota? Answer, pretty good. Taryn hasn't seen Curb Your Enthusiasm, so he doesn't know that. Vinegar. I started reading Elric after your video, and it's great. You ever read The Black Company by Glenn Cook? No, I have not. No, I have not. Libertarianism is cultural suicide, he says. Here's the irony. There's an element to libertarianism, if it were principled, that would be true. If you are against socialism or authoritarianism, it's much more effective to dismantle it, to just get rid of the government programs that they're using, right? It's a national security risk. It's, all of that stuff is better if you don't want people to use the machinery of government against you. Remove the machinery. There's an element of that makes sense, practical, tactical sense. But libertarians have lost. They physically lack the ability to even articulate that anymore. Instead, they're making moral fag arguments that sound like basically Democrat talking points from 2002 and shit. That's literally the modern libertarians are the 2002 Democratic Party. That's what they are now. That's what they are. Richard Slammer, Senate Democrats voted to shut down the government with 55-45 vote, right? Which is funny because it's like Saturday or something, they were saying, which the government's not even open on Saturday. Lich, off topic, but most of the Second Amendment's opponents seem to have gone quiet after both the massive rise in knife violence in England and the shooting in Australia. Curious. It is wild that we went from Australia is a beacon of hope for gun control all over the world to let's not talk about Australian gun policy. One shooting later. Did you notice that, bro?
No, I didn't actually hear about the Australian shooting.
You didn't hear about the Australian shooting?
No, what happened?
The Islamic terror? No?
Oh, that one. Oh, I thought this was recent. No. Of course I know about that.
No, it's a while ago. A few weeks ago. Feels like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. Way back in 2026. Yep. I remember that year.
The Azure Nightmare. I'm a libertarian. To hell with the Chase Oliver crowd of Democrats in the black and gold skin suit. Unrelated question. Was Abe Lincoln a rhino? No, he's a progressive. You do have to understand. The Republican Party, by nature, is a progressive party. That's what they were founded as. They were a progressive replacement for the Whigs. The Whigs were a progressive party. The Democrats at that time were the conservative party. That changed after the Civil War, basically because progressives within the Democratic Party took over for the Jeffersonian Democrats. People call this a partisan flip, but it wasn't. It was really a Democrat internecine takeover because after the Civil War, basically, they blamed Jeffersonian Democrats for the Civil War as if they were the aggressors. So the sort of Whig Democrats got to just demonize them and take over the whole party. And that's how you wind up with the progressive Democrats of today. But Republicans, functionally speaking, I mean, look how they behave. Look how they vote. Have they changed? I don't think there's been a partisan flip on the Republican side at all. I don't think they've changed a bit since the days of Lincoln. They're still big government Republicans. All right. There were brief moments, though, in the early 20th century, mostly, the kind of Goldwater strain, the, Calvin Coolidge, that kind of thing. All right. England. Hello, my name is Rand Paul. I'm not a libertarian, but here's my stupid take on everything. I don't need no driver's license. Stand with Rand. Now, I'm with him on the no driver's licenses thing. Fuck that shit. Nameless Wallaby, I think we will need an AI test for people to vote. People are either unable to see it or are lying because they don't like it. Speaking of AI, did you see Pretty, the freaking AI photo the left was trying to push?
My God.
Of him?
He brought it onto the floor.
It was
What
so
the fuck?
obviously fake. I took one look at it and it was like, dude, the perspective on that photo doesn't even make sense.
What
The
was
shit.
Did nobody
Do you have it?
tell
Can you find it real quick? It was
Did
such-
nobody tell Grandpa? Like, what the fuck?
Could you find that real quick? It
Yeah,
was the
I'll look.
phoniest shit.
Read a few more.
All right, cool. So ridiculous. Still ill productions. These leftist Bolsheviks being in charge is like if David Carradine was in charge of the belt section at JCPenney. Hey now. It's quite Shane Kang you're talking about here. Elf Finder General, outside of the Ramones and Charles Bronson, what other punk and hardcore bands do you recommend? Shit. Man, I haven't listened to a lot of punk in a long time. Blitz is a great band. Actually, a really, really good band. Highly recommend them. Let's see here.
God,
I like that lo-fi, like almost power violence sound. Even if the Casualties didn't have the shittiest politics ever, I'd like the Casualties. All right, here we go. The Proton Spinner, getting tired of Trump admin's mantra of we're only after criminal illegals instead of all illegals must go. It's starting to look like amnesty is about to rear its head again. I think that's more an optics thing, personally. Because in function, they're still deporting everybody. Again, the quote-unquote non-criminal illegals, talk about contradiction in terms. Those people, they want to self-deport because we don't even have the logistical ability to deport all of them. That's the point of this. They're making a show of deporting the criminal aliens. And by the way, we want a degree of these quote-unquote ugly optics. We actually do want this because we don't have the ability to deport everyone. There's too many of them here. We need an Operation Wetback effect. For those who don't know, when Eisenhower wanted a bunch of illegals to self-deport, what did he do? He put a bunch of illegals on buses. He made sure the media was there to cover the whole event. Hey, look, we're shipping illegals back to Mexico. And he did that, but it was a very small number of people. The lion's share of the deportations were self-deportations. It was actually a lot less effective than what Trump is doing right now. Let's watch it.
Oh, God, yes. Let's watch Grandpa get one-shotted on fucking Facebook. One second. Here we go.
Ready. A 37-year-old ICU nurse at a VA hospital in Minneapolis.
Holy shit!
A photo of that scene, which is graphic, but I'm afraid is necessary to appreciate the horror of that moment.
I know.
Oh my God, he doesn't have a head.
I know. Talk about horrible. There's a headless man there.
On the streets of Minneapolis.
Fuck!
In his right hand is his camera, left hand holding the ground. No gun, obvious. No effort to resist, obvious.
What's in his hand?
This was a moment.
A phone. He said that. You didn't hear Grandpa say that?
Oh, no.
Phone in his right hand.
His
left hand on the ground. I can rewind it a little bit.
I cannot believe this. Actually,
nobody stopped him.
Did you see the AI photo of what's supposed to be this guy in an ICU with like freaking amputee war vets?
Yeah, I saw that one. Look at him helping these poor legless vets try to walk again.
And strangely enough, they're all on the exact same perspective plane in this AI photo, which is a physical impossibility.
Let's listen to Grandpa here for a few more seconds.
Yeah, if we have to.
Alex Preddy on the streets of Minneapolis. In his right hand is his camera, left hand holding the ground. No gun, obvious. No effort to resist, obvious. There's a moment when this man lost his life. He was characterized afterwards as an assassin, a domestic terrorist.
Now, have you seen?
The photo tells the story.
Yeah,
Have you
the
seen
photo
the-
tells the story, all right.
Have you seen the
go
cope around this?
What?
The cope around that photo is it's an AI upscale of an existing photo.
Oh,
and that's
yeah,
why
sure.
the guy's head is missing, because the AI, for some reason, couldn't detect that it was a human head or what, which is just such silliness anyways.
And that's why the road also has dirt on it instead of snow.
Of course.
And the license plate in the back can't be read.
Yep.
And like just the myriad of other things, the smaller things that you don't normally see. Why is this agent grabbing the other agent's hand?
No shit.
Like, Jesus, like this is so obvious. Like, where is this other guy's leg at? What the fuck is this over here?
Yep.
Like, oh, you can't see where I'm pointing, but still, it's like
Hexa, good point. Why does a Muslim own a winery? Good point. Good point.
oh, Grandpa, no.
Reminds me of that old comedy bit. You know, it's if my grandpa talked this way, it'd be kind of like at Thanksgiving. He leaves the room and everyone would look at each other and go, "The fuck are we gonna do about Grandpa? The fuck? Is anybody watching him? Is he eating his own shit? What is going on?" Luke Korolovich art. If the government was this blatantly corrupt on the X-Files, Mulder and Scully would have exposed the truth before the first commercial break of the pilot, especially if the corruption was this lazy. Dude, they were able to raid the... Well, shoot, let's save that story, actually. Let's save that story. We're about to talk about it. But, dude, some serious laziness. We have been blessed with some very, very lazy, very content enemies, folks. Gummy Worms, Razorfist, I recommend watching the 10th Amendment Center. They have good lectures on the writings of the Founding Fathers. They cover both the Federalist and Anti-Federalist views in depth. Oh, thanks, Godspeed. I love watching stuff like that. Freddy Fat Flaps, Ilhan Omar's attack is as fake as a McDouble. Skip Cole, they're breaking into the Leering centers to steal records, and now this! You've heard that, right? There have been burglaries at some of these daycares that have only resulted in the removal of documents that would prove they were legitimate businesses.
Oh, drat.
Darn,
And it
don't you hate
happened
when that
a
happens?
dozen times.
God, I hate when a burglar breaks into my home and steals only my tax information. Shit!
You know, it happens more often than you think. Mostly to rich people. I don't understand why.
Yeah. If I had $1 for every time that happened, I would owe you dollars. Labco, was I the only one shocked that no one recognized Roland the Headless Thompson gunner being deployed to Minnesota? Durbin didn't even notice him. Oh, Godspeed. Mercenary X, all this fraud will trigger nationwide martial law. We live in hope. I mean, what? Dale Burt, I heard that the pic with her attacker was AI. It could be. However, the connections to the extended familia, absolutely legit. Wife or ex-wife, girlfriend, whatever, was worked with Ilhan Omar. And that's legit. I've seen the actual paper trail on that, or digital paper trail. Bumcrack Jones, can I get a Godspeed from my cat? Godspeed to your cat. He's not sick, he's just fat. Well, all the same.
Yeah.
Intermittent fasting and walk a lot, all right? Razor, I've said for years, this is theater, right?
I'm entertained.
Martyr Oshka Shells. An area that pop off soon with massive anti-ice activity next around is Ann Arbor, Michigan. Several school parents were detained Tuesday while waiting at bus stops. Many people are now printing ice whistles and patrolling for ice. It's an organized distraction. And guys, Michigan was the state that came immediately after, if you remember, Minnesota in the discovery of this daycare fraud and transportation company fraud is actually what this revolves around. As Nick Shirley showed in his last video, brilliant follow-up video that he did where they got into the transportation companies, because that's really the network that's connecting all this stuff. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that was in some way connected to the Ilhan Omar winery thing, because they can cross state lines, these transportation companies. The dirty straw, the possibility of martyrdom, is what makes them reckless. They know how this stuff works, and they do shenanigans to escalate and come back. Why come back? Exactly.
Why
you have to
contain it?
disincentivize their martyrdom. That's literally where it is. All right. Trump surrendered nothing. Could Georgia be a major win for cash if arrests happen? The FBI raid is already a bit of a win, but yes, I agree. There needs to be follow-up, or else it really won't be the W that we would all like. This is really important because when I made my original video warning that mass mail-in ballot fraud was going to occur ahead of the 2020 election, I made that video. It's called Mail-in Ballots or BS. You can't find it on YouTube because it was removed, and my channel was almost removed along with it, but it is on Bitchute. But I pointed out that Georgia was also a big place where that was occurring, and I delineated exactly how that happens. So Georgia would have to be on the front line of this. And if they raided in Georgia, I would hope Arizona is on the list, because the same thing, they're looking into the Dominion machines. And I don't know if you remember this, Taryn, but back when we were trying to do forensic audits and shit, they were refusing. I think it was the council or whatever. They were the election council or something here in Arizona. They were refusing to hand over the Dominion machines.
I remember that.
It took multiple injunctions from state and federal judges to finally impel them to hand over the damn voter machines. And then after they handed them back, Katie Nobbs said, "Oh, we can't use them now. You've just cost the state billions of dollars because we don't know what you did with them." Cunt. Friedrich Borman, Razor, can you explain what beef you have with Pim Tool? I don't really have a beef. I just think he's a clown. Maxentius Decimus, Don Lemon isn't in jail yet. Republicans are weak. Well, we already know that the federal judge overturned that. I mean, look, let's be fair. He covered a happening. He didn't organize it, right? Is he shitty? Is he a scumbag? Is he a clickbait merchant? Is he a liar and a propagandist? Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, those are not arrestable offenses. I feel like that reply should have had German subtitles. Marcus Holiday, the white pill view of an earlier super chat is, people care about this country too much to let it die. Most normal people that actually benefit the country don't spend their days doom posting. Yeah, I think people on the internet and in this podcast space do forget that they kind of exist in a bubble. Walk out on the street and ask what somebody thinks of Candace Owens. And Candace Owens is, at one point, had the #1 podcast for a minute and a half there before everyone caught on to her bullshit. Ask anyone on the street, hey, what do you think about Candace Owens? They'll be like, who? Fucking what? What are you talking about? Stormcrow, the Minnesota riots are nowhere near as intense as a summer of love. Very true. I think 86ing USA did far more damage than we initially thought. I agree. It also, again, as I keep pointing out, it took them a long time to get that shit together. All right. Georgia's one of the dominoes that's already falling. Hey, speaking of the left being discombobulated, Taryn, you like that transition?
Oh yeah, that's fucking great.
Trump unveiled the discombobulator. You know, I think I tried that move on a chick in college.
Mm-hmm. By Ellie Cook.
Yes.
President Donald Trump has lauded the effectiveness of the so-called discombobulator. Discombobulate. A mysterious new weapon, he said, was deployed when elite U.S. forces swept into Venezuela earlier this month. I'm not allowed to talk about it, Trump said during...
Sorry.
Trump said during an interview.
It's on a
the New
need
York
to
Post.
discombobulate basis. Sorry.
But some have expressed skepticism about both Trump's description of the discombobulator and if such a weapon does, in fact, exist.
Dude, if it does exist, how about if it needs to exist? Bro, it's Venezuela. These people registered their mules at the DMV. Do we need a secret weapon? A double action revolver is a secret weapon in Venezuela. The fuck are you people talking about? What country are we talking about here? We need a secret weapon to take Venezuela. Jesus. I guess the Jewish space laser was being used on Netanyahu's LASIK surgery that evening or something. Fucking idiots.
Continuing. Where was I? Sorry, I was looking something up while you were reading.
Were you?
Yeah, no, I mean, don't worry about it. For now, the weapon seems to be a blend of various capabilities working in concert rather than one singular item, experts have said. Oh, experts. The Pentagon referred to Newsweek to the White House, which referred to Trump's publicly available comments on the issue. What did Trump say? Trump said the professed new device was used during the elaborate operation to capture Venezuelan leader.
I love this explanation.
Maduro and his wife from Maduro's Caracas compound and whisk the pair to New York to face a raft of narco-terrorism charges.
Yes.
Good wording.
Oh, yeah.
The so-called discombobulator made Venezuela's military kit not work. Trump said, not work. They never got their rockets off. They had Russian and Chinese rockets, and they never got one off. We came
in.
in.
I just love how it sounds like a 2-year-old wrote that response.
We came in.
Made them
they
not
pressed
work.
buttons, and nothing worked.
Yeah.
God, I fucking love him.
Dude, it's genius.
The president added, does it really exist? From Trump's description, the device of the president described is some form of jamming device or electronic warfare equipment. This type of kit would make sense for U.S. forces to use in Venezuela, assuring that largely Russian-made air defenses could not target elite U.S. forces.
Yeah.
Would very likely have been a crucial part of their planning.
Okay.
process.
Okay. So we got to take a poll of the room. Yes or no? Does this exist at all? Does it even need
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've had variations of this various thing of this the very thing for like a decade. Oh, well over a decade.
Well, I mean, jamming technology has existed for how long? Like, I don't doubt that there's jamming technology. Is it just a really sophisticated jammer?
No, I'm thinking it's a jammer and a sonic device, which we know exists.
Yeah.
Because they saw it in Call of Duty,
incidentally,
but no.
the jammer is also a move I tried on a chick in college.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We've been jammed.
You've been jammed.
Raspberry.
Good Michael Jackson song, though. Good Michael Jackson song.
Only one president would dare give me the raspberry. Sorry. As far as I can tell, in that case, he's talking about some kind of electronic warfare system to hone in on the air defenses in the country, said weapons expert and journalist David Hembling. This might have been something standard or something more exotic, like an electromagnetic pulse or high-powered microwave device. Ooh, if they started bleeding, it might have been a microwave device. Unnamed U.S. officials.
Are those verified reports though, or just kind of rumors?
Yeah.
Is that experts say?
Yeah, that's experts say 100%.
Yeah.
Unnamed U.S. officials told the New York Times, we're U.S. officials, trust me, bro, that Moscow made systems like the long-range S-300 and short-range BUK-M2 surface-to-air missile systems were not linked up to radars in Venezuela when American aircraft headed straight for Caracas. Venezuela is thought to use Chinese air defense radars. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane has publicly acknowledged EA-18 Growler electronic warfare aircraft accompanied a litany of fighter jets, bombers, helicopters, and drones on the mission.
Yeah, some kind of jammer, I would think.
The EA-18 can jam the air defense radars that the Venezuelan military might have been relying on to, first of all, detect incoming U.S. aircraft and to use those radars to engage those aircraft.
Yeah.
If that was what the Venezuelan military had decided to do, said Thomas Withington.
If they had
in
chosen
association,
death.
an association associate fellow for military sciences at the UK-based Royal United Air Services Institute think tank. The other thing that those aircraft are quite possibly capable of doing is jamming communications.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like to me. An acoustic weapon, though, I'm not so sure.
It's either a sonic weapon or a microwave weapon, because the way they described it is people started bleeding from the nose and ears.
That's what they claimed during that border skirmish between the Chinese and the Indians. You remember that?
Yeah.
And that turned out to be bullshit, by the way.
Shortly after the U.S. operation, an unverified account emerged online, purporting to describe the experience of one of Maduro's security guards present when American troops snatched Maduro. Suddenly, I felt like my head was exploding from the inside, the account said. If the supposed recollection is to be believed, members of Maduro's protective detail found themselves with blood pouring from their nose and mouths in the face of what the account termed a sonic weapon.
Blood pouring out of the mouths, blood coming out of the whatever.
But the eyebrow-raising narrative was shared
the prose in this piece of shit article
was shared by the White House's official spokesperson. Stop what you are doing and read this. Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a post to social media. My feeling is some kind of acoustic weapon was probably used that did produce particularly unpleasant sensations.
Was it? Was it the new Bruce Springsteen song about Minneapolis? Was it fucking that piece of shit?
I love his use of acoustic weapon,
right, as opposed to an electric guitar weapon. Yes.
What keyword was it using?
Right.
Withington said, "What? It's an acoustic weapon, not an electric guitar weapon." Okay,
it's the unplugged edition of the weapon. Yes. The fuck?
What kind of strings was it using?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What an acoustic weapon would do is prevent you from thinking
acoustic
straight.
Weapon.
See? An acoustic you think thinking straight, hence the discombobulation. Suddenly one of Maduro's guards yelled out, "Play Freebird."
Yes.
Anyway, just days after the operation in Venezuela, CNN reported the Pentagon had spent more than a year testing a device that produces pulsed radio waves. Oh, now it's radio waves.
Yeah.
The device, according to the report, was bought by an arm of the Department of Homeland Security during an undercover operation in the previous administration with Pentagon funds. Some investigators have said they think this mysterious invention is linked to the so-called Havana Syndrome, the often debilitating condition striking down U.S. diplomats and their families across the globe that has mystified U.S. intelligence agencies.
Let me demystify it. Poison. Poison.
Political officials and observers for a decade.
That's always been my assumption on the Havana Syndrome bullshit. What about you? Have you heard of Havana Syndrome and that?
I have not. It just sounds, if it affects all the people in a given area, it seems like in the past it would have been too much to set up the electronics or any of that shit. It's probably just fucking nerve gas or something.
Yeah, some kind of probably left over or something like that.
Crucially, the symptoms of Havana syndrome include vertigo, nausea, hearing problems, and disruption of brain function.
Holy shit, it is the Springsteen song. Fuck.
Yeah.
It is.
It does.
It explains why he looks like Ellen DeGeneres now. Shit.
Speculation has long swirled that some form of directed energy or sonic weapon could have been behind the illness.
Nice.
The U.S.
the heart attack gun that Barry Goldwater was handling back in the day.
The U.S. does field an acoustic system.
Yes. Good times.
It kills me every time. Known as the LRAD, or Long Range Acoustic Device. The military has also developed a capability it calls active denial technology, which uses a focused beam of directed energy to stop, deter, and turn back suspicious individuals with minimal risk of injury. Do you want me to keep going?
No, I want to show off the heart attack gun. Our man, Barry Goldwater, a great Arizonan and a great patriot, wielding the CIA heart attack gun. What is your favorite, like, bullshit CIA weapon? That's got to be my favorite just because Barry Goldwater used it.
I mean, people talk about the space lasers all the time.
Well, I mean, that's Old Faithful. That's a Dr. Evil favorite. Kiro Soldier, recommend Ancient Bards to listen to. Thank you, sir.
The HARP facility.
Oh, yeah. All right. Insurrection Act now, he says.
Weather control. I
have photo proof that Bigfoot shot Preddy. Does Bigfoot have a head in that photo? Okay, Grandpa, great story about the DLive Ice Agent. Now take your applesauce and tell me where the dwarf gold is. Oh, I am my own apprentice. Maybe the headless agent is from Boston Dynamics. Is it Daniel Pearl? England. Sorry, that was too soon. England DG 6227 is a deep cut. Anyways, I'm married to a Viet. We're working on 20 children. Our plan was to start a Nike factory, but I think we might want to do a daycare instead. No, we can't have daycares with children in them. Haven't you been watching your YouTube channels lately? Jeez. The hell? You're going to foul our hustle, bro. Elf Finder General. Razor, what do you think will happen first? The heat death of the universe or Kiss retiring? Oh, man. I don't know when Kiss will retire, but I know when Paul Stanley's voice did. A long time ago. Brett Cooper said Trump is losing the PR on deportations. I think there's an element of this that's deliberate because you want self-deportations. But I think that the area where he's losing, I think there's an argument to be made for this. The area where he's losing is he's allowing himself to get a little bit bogged down by it and distracted. Look at the title of today's live stream. I stand by this. This is a distraction. This is a distraction. Trump should have jumped on the fraud shit, and he should have jumped on it hard so that all these distractions would look a little bit more like the distractions they are. He maybe moved a little slowly on jumping on the fraud shit. And that is a legitimate criticism I would throw at Trump. They should have moved quicker on that. Also, Clint Russell, I don't know who that is. I don't even know who the hell that is. All right. Yankee Lover, thoughts on what Trump will do in Cuba and Iran? What is this?
Oh, nothing.
Oi, we ain't done yet.
This mustn't register on an emotional level. First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target. Discombobulate. Block his blind jab. Discombobulate. You'll attempt wild haymaker. Discombobulate.
Yes. Yes.
In summary, discombobulate.
Nice. Bro, somebody needs to. There was a Randy Savage, Macho Man Randy Savage promo where he kept saying discombobulated. Somebody needs to get on that, dude.
Discombobulated.
Discombobulated. Dude, seriously. Discombobulator equals Havana syndrome ray gun. Godspeed. What do we think Trump will do in Cuba and Iran? Man, I don't know about Iran because I don't know. I don't know what he's waiting on there. There's probably some behind closed doors bullshit that he's waiting on. Or who knows? Maybe JD Vance prevailed against him. If he did, I don't agree with that personally. I've been talking about Iran for a while, though. So go watch our previous streams for further elucidation on that subject. What do I think he'll do in Cuba? I think he'll move to just destabilize them. And fortunately, like with Venezuela in the state that it's in, our list of allies grows thin. All right. Dreadnought Logan. Look, you got to use your toys somewhere, Race. Godspeed. Yes, the secret weapon exists, says Mercenary X. I'm shocked that that's his opinion. Duke Nukem voice. You've been discombobulated. All right. Demables, currently in nursing school. Even the master's program's infected with ideologues at the very top. And all the older nursing staff, pure lib slop every time. So I hear. I have relatives and such in the medical field, and that would certainly accord. Will you have Asmongold on as a guest? Can he dig through the mountain of trash to get over here? Or
no. He cleaned his room.
Did he? He did more to cover the Iran protests than the entire media political complex combined, and even most alt media. I didn't really see his coverage on the Iranian thing, but it explains why Hassan Piker's butt mad at him. All right. Razor and Terran are my long-term memory storage. They're essentially my political cloud. Thank you. Black pills for retardy people. Godspeed, sir. Notice no one who works blue-collar jobs, especially manufacturing, says tariffs don't work or the economy hasn't improved. We tend to know better. I think it's fair to say the economy could improve more. I think that's fair to say. Inflation has fallen, and not by a small amount. I just bought eggs today, so I noticed. I've been blowing through the eggs because I've been having the high protein breakfasts and whatever. But I noticed buying the eggs. I was like, oh, those are quite a bit cheaper than they were a short while ago. So that's nice. And of course, gas prices have been lower. If that continues to be the case, that'd be good. And I think also, as I pointed out, as both of us have, home prices, for crying out loud. And Trump is actually attempting to move on that a little bit.
What was that thing I read recently? It happened like just last night. I don't know if it's true. I got to look this up. Something about he signed something so that his administration, the government, takes over rebuilding the California fire, overseeing.
Which honestly, I bet that's a little bit of a wish list item of Gavin Newsom, to tell you the truth. It sounds like a Trump idea, but I think it's more a Newsom idea. I'm not sure I agree with that. But honestly, is California going to do it? No, there's still nothing built there. The people who are trying to get shit built there, they're still wrapped up in the permits process. Geez, as Adam Carolla predicted, by the way, like day one, he was like, I'm going to predict right now. There'll be nothing built here after years. I'm telling you. Hey, Razor, any thoughts on midterms 2026? I've heard that few states are now trying to gerrymander their sections. Would that impact anything? Depends on who's doing the gerrymandering. We know Republicans shit the bed on in California and some other places where gerrymandering was going on. I mean, California's done. After basically stamping out any prospective political opposition and rigging their district maps. Their election, what was it? The election commission or whatever. Their gerrymandering commission essentially is just leftist now. But my thoughts on midterms well, before I say it, Taryn, what are your thoughts on the upcoming midterms? Where do you think we're heading as of right now? It's still really early, but
it's super early. I don't think the fucking Minnesota stuff matters at all to the common voter. We said it already on this podcast. Groceries, gas prices, immigration is a big one too.
Yeah.
So far, I think Trump is beginning to make those huge steps to show just the common people, your regular average voter, that he is trying to help. And the thing we just brought up, I actually found it. Trump signs order to bypass LA permitting delays after wildfires.
Yep. Absolutely ridiculous that that's the permit process. By the way, if you want a deep dive on that, the Showtime show back in the day, Bullshit, Penn and Teller. I know they're a little cringe today, but they did an episode on environmental regulations in California, and they got heavy into the permit process and having to build around endangered animals and shit, and how fucked up the regulatory system is over. It's a brilliant episode. If you really want to comprehend how difficult it is to get anything done in the state of California, go watch that episode of Bullshit.
I have it up if you want to see it.
Yep. There we go. Fast track, cutting through California's permitting maze so fire victims can rebuild without years of delay. Yeah, I actually did see that already. So, Patrick Cordes, problem is libertarians forget they don't want liberty that comes with natural responsibility, which it does if you follow the Lockean line of thinking. At least they want license, which caused the problems in the U.S. Again, you can't have a high liberty society and open borders. You just can't, because you're importing populations that don't believe in liberty in many cases, especially in Central and South America. It's a very red area. Red politics are extremely normalized out there. Did you hear someone posed as FBI to free Luigi? No, I didn't. No, I did not. Was it Agent 47? What the hell? Oh, gosh, here we go. Disney, hopefully not off topic, but the doomsday clock ooh, is now at 85 seconds to midnight. Once I used to get scared by it, but now I just think of it as another Cold War relic that needs to be thrown in the trash. Thoughts? Can I crack the code of the doomsday clock for you real quick?
Please.
Republican president gets in office, we move it closer to midnight. Democrat president gets elected, we move it further back. Congratulations, I just cracked the Omega code for you. It's a bunch of shit lib hippie bullshit. That's all it is. That's all it is. Hey, keep electing Democrats. That's the subtext of the doomsday clock. That's it. All right. Pray for Dr. David Wood. He debates Muslims, and now jihadis have doxed his home. Classy. I don't know who that is, but my prayers are with him. My goodness. Tyler W. Tyler Oliveira interviewed Canadians about the Indians taking over their towns and demonstrated how easily they traffic people over our border there. Oh, yeah. Big time. Banish the shadow. Nurses' education here in Canada and many states has long included tons of DEI trash. Much effort is spent priming these chicks to further the cause. And I point out, a lot of these chicks are only falling back on this. So this is after Plan A fell through. And usually Plan A was already some liberal arts college bullshit. It's, nursing and teaching and some of these degrees tend to be Plan B degrees. And when you wind up having to fall back on a Plan B, that tends to be your politics to begin with because of what you were majoring in before. Jordan Cogburn, make another Razor rant. I'm always thinking of Razor rants. Top side crisis. You got a few in tonight's episode. I was thinking about this while watching Hive Mind's latest. If Trump had won in 2020, he'd already be done with his second term, and none of this would be happening. The Dems need Trump as boogeyman, I guess, or he'd already be gone. Well, I mean, there was that incident of them screwing him out of the 2020 election. Fanatic 808, there are two types of libertarians, the actual libertarians who are Hoppians and everyone else who was a communist. Lulberts are simps for the left who pretend to be far right. They're more of an autistic weed collective than a party these days. Again, pot is not a platform. And it's wild, too. The level of legalization in this country right now, and still the Libertarian Party, 80% of their platform is weed. What the fuck? And not only that, but you look at all these states where they basically turned the entire state into a pot dispensary. It's not that it's legal. It's that the state has taken over the marijuana industry. And who is pushing this? Libertarians. The people who say the government should be smaller. Fuck all the way off, Lulberts. We see through your ass. Overture Saint. The level of evil of these people would make Palpatine hold up and say that's effed up. Speaking of Marty Robbins, check out my native land. Godspeed. Right now in my home county, I've seen boomers crying about ICE. They're not even active here, right? Well, you know, what's the social media platform that boomers most use? Facebook. You been on Facebook lately, dude? You do have to give the Democrats credit for that, at least. You do. The mainstream media died off. Even boomers avoided at this point, especially after 2016, when they basically sacrificed all their credibility on the altar of trying to get Hillary across the finish line, right? But to the Democrats' credit, they adapted. They moved all that propaganda over to Boomer Book. And now Facebook is the new CNN. It's all the boomers hang out there, reuniting with the people from high school so they can pretend to be young again. And so that's where the propaganda follows them. You could see, once you begin to see that, all the rest of the pattern falls into place. All the like no kings protests that were nothing but blue hairs and women with walkers and shit. Those suddenly make a lot more sense. All right. Did you see the mainstream media change Preddy's photo to make him more attractive? That shit had me rolling. I did. Dude, they took away his laugh lines and filled in his hairline and shit. It was so funny. Richard Slammer, as my mother long departed from this world, was OBGYN NP senior head nurse. She would be disgusted at all these idiots betraying the Hippocratic Oath. All right. Domnall, gun control is nowhere near as big an issue as it used to be for the left, which makes it all the more frustrating the Supreme Court won't take more 2A cases. It is maddening because the left have just lost the argument on gun control. If you want to roll back some of these regulations, the time to do it is now. The left's position on gun control is not popular. It's about as unpopular as it's ever been, at least in the modern era. Razor Terran, did you hear about Sabaton pulling the brakes on the tour in North America because Pear was suffering inflammation in his arms? I didn't. And the band wanted to put his health first. Wish him Godspeed. Oh, yeah, Godspeed. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
You want to ask it or should I? Inflammation in the arms? Jab?
It's just inflammation. It could be anything.
Well, I know someone who one of the side effects, and I think they're still dealing with it. One of the side effects was after they got the jab was they got this crazy like vein condition in their limbs. And their limbs like swelled up to several times their normal size, super inflammation. They were discolored and shit. Like they had to be hospitalized for a while. They couldn't even walk.
Oh my God.
So that's a thing that happens, allegedly. Christian Wayfarer, remember my comment about the Fallout TV show being commie agit slop? If you have to hurt people, God won't judge you. Don't think of them as human. Think of them as Americans. A direct quote. Be vigilant. Dio Mythos. When? Godspeed. I want to do Rainbow first. Blitz Systems. Lorians now pressed to ban bows and daggers after a group of mostly peaceful Mordorian tourists were assaulted by border rangers. Aragorn's behavior drew criticism from Uruk-hai rights activists. Uruk lives matter, bro. What the hell? Billy F. Instead of the big fist, it's the white hand of Saruman. Sherlock Holmes. Enter the country at night to capture dictator. Discombobulate. Those movies suck. He needs some milk. Honest opinion. Is Trump suffering attrition with his base? Thoughts on his comments today on housing prices and how that will go over with normies. I didn't see his comments today on housing prices.
I did not see that.
Yeah, but we did see his plan a little bit. I'm not sure what comments he attached to them. What? What? Is this real?
Bullshit.
Do we need to move?
I'm looking it up right now.
Do we need to move the Hassan Piker as a fucking retard minute up in the program?
I don't fucking believe it.
Are you serious?
Hold on. You got it?
When you press a button, something awesome has to happen.
Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the game show sensation that's sweeping the nation. It is the Hassan Piker is a fucking retard minute. Folks, it done had happened. Hassan has been banned on Twitch. Dude,
unbelievable.
When I
now,
saw that chick,
what is it for? Is the question.
Well, here's I think it's the dog. I think it is. Because earlier today, another popular lefty Twitch chick, black chick, was banned for beating her dog on live stream.
Yeah.
And a bunch of people were quote tweeting like, dude, now do Hassan. I betcha. I betcha.
Hold on. I'm going to search separately and see what the reason was. Here, we can watch something else while we.
Oh, yes. We can always fit something else into the Hassan Piker is a fucking retard minute. Watch Hassan get cucked on live stream.
Women are very sexual people.
Yeah. Oh, no, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You know.
Yeah, I know. You know too.
I mean, I don't know really, but I know. I heard about
You
it.
want to find out?
I mean, sure.
What? Okay. Anyways.
No, women are very sexual people.
Yeah. Oh, no,
That's it. I don't know if they're still together. That's Valkyrie.
Yeah,
his,
she's for those who don't know,
girlfriend.
she is a lady of anybody's evening. She's cucking Hassan live on live stream. that's the entire dude. She literally said, "You want to find out? Are they still together? Are they in one of those open relationship thingies?
I don't know.
What are they
And
calling
honestly,
it now? Polycule?
Honestly, I don't care.
God, most women are fucking their way up to a doctor husband. This bitch is fucking her way down the dwindling list of leftist podcasters.
You're supposed to fuck your way up the ladder.
Right?
Up.
Doesn't that legally constitute self-harm? Like, should we call in a wellness check or something?
If you fucking move, I will get the Tesla coil, you stupid fucking dog. Place!
Good deep cut Command and Conquer reference. I love it. I love it, folks.
Let's see if I can find like an actual article. If you want to read a few more.
Indeed, let's go ahead and do that. All right. DRT is king. The discombobulator is only being named as such because the internet called it the Goy Beam and DARPA were mad at that. DARPA. Metal Gear. All right. I can't wait for Trump to unveil the Annihilator and Giant Death Ray of Doom. The Annihilator, the Gamma Ray, and the Metal Church. Yes. So, wow. Thank you, Migda, for letting us know. Folks, that was the Hassan Piker is a fucking retard minute. And wow. Did you ever think we would actually see that? That dude got preferential treatment for so long on that platform. Holy shit! And of course he'll be back, right? He's a cash cow for him. But I mean, if that one chick showed her birth canal on stream and was back in 3 days,
Yeah. In case people don't know how these bans work, this one is a temporary ban, not an indefinite ban.
yeah, this is he's gonna be back.
Of course, he's their cash cow.
Look, yeah. Well, one of them. Now, son, no, I doubt that very, very much. Biker being banned is an act of God. Oh no, Liam Sexton, a congressman just wrote a letter about Hassan today. Congressman Richie Torres. What, in his defense or something, or against him? Dark River.
Okay.
Dax River. My crazy aunt is brainwashed from the media like many other old white women. It is sad, but these boomers, dude. Rip Off Productions. It was hilarious seeing leftists quote the classic 2A is for fighting the tyrant government line in regards to the current riots, right? Isn't that wild? How long ago was it? Freaking butthead from over in Texas was saying, you know, you're going to need a lot more than an AR-15 to take down the government. Didn't Biden say that too?
Somebody, yeah. It's the common. It's the common go-to.
Yeah.
You're not going to take over the government with the fucking Glock, man.
Yeah. Asphalt Memories 4597. Where's your Jimmy Carter doc on connecting them to Jonestown? Well, I'm going to do a doc on Jonestown, and I am working on it, actually. Not a doc, just a longer video, like my Abraham Lincoln video, that kind of thing, McCarthy. And it's coming right along, actually. If you've not seen David Wood, you're missing out. Yeah, sadly, I've not. Based on current events, what does the 2028 race look like to you? Also, have you ever thought about switching to Linux to escape the micro slop? Many a time. Many a time. I've had just recently, I had a Microsoft update uninstall all of my microphones. I had to
God.
reinstall everything. Reinstall everything. You know, there's a setting in like just in normal Microsoft setting, like normal Windows settings, where like by default, microphones, cameras, webcams, everything are just turned off. You have to enable them in order to use them. So like, oh my gosh. But anyways, let me put it to you, Taryn. So far, what do you think the 2028 race is going to look like?
JD as the candidate. I don't know who he runs with. Maybe Ted Cruz or DeSantis. I would like it to be something like Pete Hegseth or something like that. But no, I see it's still going strong. I see at the end of this administration, Trump makes so many drastic changes. People just have to say, wow, he was right. He was right the entire time.
We'll see. We'll see. It really depends on how he closes out this third term. It really does depend. Because if JD Vance is running with a lot of like dead weight, you know what I mean? Like look at the 2008 race where John McCain was not a big fan of George W. Bush and shit on him a lot. But even being a guy who had shit on George W. Bush a lot didn't help him in 2008. Just being a Republican in 2008 wound up killing, and of course also being John McCain and being the biggest clown in the history of modern Republican politics. But it definitely was an albatross, right? So if he has those kind of political headwinds to deal with, maybe Vance wouldn't be the guy you would want to go with. But then you've got a bigger problem. You could pretty much run anyone and they won't be able to win. So it depends. I think it'll come down to the primaries. I think DeSantis is champing at the bit. I think he does want to run. And I think it would be a mistake to discount a Ron DeSantis who can run on his record in Florida and hopefully has learned the lessons from the last primaries he took part in. I imagine he wants to correct a lot of those mistakes. So I think he'll actually be a lot better of a candidate this go around. So I think he'll be good competition for Vance. I say let him fight it out. And then, hey, if at the end they're able to shake hands like gentlemen, and I think they probably will be able to, there won't be a whole lot of antipathy there, then maybe they combine forces and be a really, really good ticket. I'd support that ticket personally.
A lot of people are saying Vance Rubio, which
I,
he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
I give him that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not as wild about that ticket. You need a little more variety there, but you also have to consider geography and stuff like that. So, where people come from. Of course, with Rubio and DeSantis, they're from the same place, but yeah, and there's a few other people that I wouldn't be surprised to see like jump in, dark horse candidates that have been freed up. But yeah, I think, and on the Democratic side, it seems pretty obvious Gavin Newsom is trying to make a run for it. Man,
let them.
Yeah, I hope so.
Please.
He's not even popular with his own side. That's the thing. Like, I don't. You'll see people say, well, he's good. Yeah, you'll see people say, well, he's good looking and he's articulate, which he's not even that articulate, honestly. And I'm just like, I could list off a dozen candidates in the last several years, in the last several election cycles, who were attractive and articulate and went absolutely nowhere because people didn't like them. Like Gavin Newsom surpasses their levels of unlikability by an order of magnitude. Plus, he represents California. Hey, let's run. I mean, how much more attractive is Kamala Harris than Donald Trump? And she was from California. It's actually similar. You'd basically be running a male white Kamala Harris. Think about it. Unpopular, hated nationwide, from California, not even particularly popular in California. It's the same thing. And Gavin Newsom doesn't get to run on the fact that he was once the vice president. I actually think he's a worse candidate in some ways than Kamala Harris. But I do think he'll probably be one of the people. Do you think Mark Kelly? Do you think Chairman Mark, the fake astronaut, is going to run?
You know what? I bet he tries and fails miserably. Like he's one of the 12 people or whatever it is on that stage, and he just gets completely buried.
His entire political career has been him hiding, right? When he has to give a speech, when he has to make remarks. Dude, if you could bottle all of his charisma, you wouldn't have a bottle. He's nothing. He's a shade. Paraka the Rapper, thank you for shouting out Baby Snow the other day. I got a ton of wish lists on Steam from it. Also, what's your opinion on what will happen to Ukraine after the war? Gosh, that's tough. I don't know. It depends on how it resolves. My assumption has been that probably a chunk of the Ukraine is going to have to wind up going to Russia. I don't know if it'll be all of it, but some of the contested regions are probably going to have to go to Russia. But the longer this goes on and the longer both parties weaken, I don't know. It's you got an opinion on that at all, Taryn?
I can't even pretend to know what's going to happen to that place. Right. Fucking what's his name? Zelensky says we want all of Ukraine back. They're not getting back Crimea. They're not. Yeah. I just don't see it happening. And
should we get rid of the filibuster? At this point, he says yes. The left are signaling that they absolutely 100% intend to. Mainstream Democrats like Chuck Schumer are saying they plan to get rid of the filibuster. So my argument at this point would be, do you have agenda line items to get through? Okay, just do away with the filibuster now while you control Congress. Do it. Just rip the Band-Aid off. If they're going to do it anyway, do it before they can and get your agenda through. And then maybe you can preclude them from taking over Congress. That would be my argument. Again, on a principled level, I'd rather leave the filibuster alone. But the Democrats are not going to cling to any kind of principle. Their principle is power. That's it. And they've made that abundantly clear. I don't know if you've seen the direction that leftist tweets have been taken on Blue Sky. When we take power, we're going to throw these people in prison camps. These are like unironic statements being made by mainstream Democratic pundits and shit. Pretty wild stuff. Do you have any opinion on that?
Not on the filibuster, no.
Lashima. Idiots like Rand and Massey are worse than Dems. They do nothing when the Dems have control. No lies there. But the second it swaps, they immediately undercut every effort on the grounds of more rights are threatened. The thing that bugs me is they're primarily grandstanders. Neither one has gotten much of their agenda through at all. Thomas Massey got one bill through, and it was because he sucked Democrat dick to do it. It was basically a Democrat bill that he attached his name to. Right. So because they're not really drivers of legislation, they're primarily posturers and grandstanders. Okay, that's fine. It's annoying, but it's fine. If you're going to grandstand, where the hell was your grandstanding under Biden? That's my question. You never heard a mumbling word from Massey under Biden. Not one word. Never grandstanding under Biden. But under Trump, suddenly he's piping up every other week. All right. What's with collectivists and abusing animals? Well, hey, ask China what they think of dogs with salt and pepper. 101 Elric, the rolling blackouts will stop for a while in Hassan's area while he's banned. The power grid is healing. England, I own 7 homes. What? And I want home prices to drop. It makes for rents that are unsustainable, and it doesn't allow me to expand even if I wanted to. You own 7 homes? What are you, Daddy Warbucks? This is shit.
The meme of the fat guy sitting in the chair with the water pipe above him, drinking it all, and
right,
the poor person getting the drips.
Yeah, we just got a super chat from Limburger from Biker Mice from Mars. This shit. Thoughts on President Nixon? Not as bad as the left make him out to be, but not great either. I highly recommend you watch Stefan Molyneux's video, The Truth About Richard Nixon. It's very fair in both directions. The thing that he was taken down, let me put it this way. The thing that he was taken down for, Watergate, was like item number 191 on the list of shitty things that he had done.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't that big of a deal, really, in the grand scheme of things. It was mostly Woodward and Bernstein being Democratic operatives and taking him down. But he was no conservative. And he was certainly not small government. And he was a shitbag in a lot of different ways, especially with regard to monetary policy.
Oh.
Judge Stone Cold Steve Austin discombobulating Ventura. Now listen here, you mealy-mouthed bastard. Sitting there shaking and smoking your pot and living in Mexico for 9 months out of the damn year. If you want to see me deliver a Stone Cold Stunner to Jesse Ventura, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's right.
Listen here, gorilla. When I was a Navy frogman, you see, I was in the Navy. I was a frogman. Fuck Chris Kyle's widow. Big swinging and rich. Nothing tops the CIA fruity bomb. Taryn, do you have that clip?
Wait. Which clip? Which?
I might actually have it. Hold on a second. I might.
Oh, by the way, for context on the Hassan thing, it was for calling Zionist pigs. You can't say religion and conflate them with like animals and shit. So you can't say Zionist and then pig or whatever.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it was for.
I did not know that. No, I don't have the clip. It's the Alex Jones. It's a gay bomb, baby. That one.
No, I don't have that clip. I don't know why you thought I'd add that clip.
We need that. Legitimately do. Brandon Whitley, official. Curious how you weigh hitting Iran to take away a China ally versus the possibility of maybe a crazier regime getting in there. crazier than a Islamic theocracy that funds terror all over the world? How do you amplify that crazy? Maybe a communist regime, but the truth is the Iranian regime is partially Marxist anyways. You know, that they were funded by the Soviet Union and propped up by the Soviet Union for that reason. So you kind of have a quasi-communist regime in Iran anyways. What do you go full bore communist? Is that any worse? I don't know. I don't know. But yes, China would lose an ally. Reaper Grimm, you'd think there'd be one lib that had realized that the reason the right seems so cruel is the left successfully beat the empathy and sympathy out of the right since 2002, and we're angry now. No shit. Would have been funny if after they deployed the discombobulator, someone yelled, Cobra! Taryn.
What?
Call the Cobra. When you have a press conference at 5, a wet t-shirt contest at 6. Yes, indeed. Need a heart attack gun super chat like rocket launcher. Yes! Can we get the Metal Slug announcer to say that, please? Greetings, lads. How long will it be until we get the Chicago edition of the fraud cover-up? I say probably around the middle of this year. Godspeed, man. That's another state like California where they will cover up the fraud and malfeasance till the cows come home. They're going to go.
Chicago corrupt? No.
Oh, Illinois is the most putrid cesspit.
Home of the fucking mafia? No. Never.
No. One party rule for what, the entire century now? A quick note on libertarian political commentary. In a profession dominated by cranks, competitiveness is defined by whoever can crank the hardest. Oh, there's quite a bit of that. Vinegar. Grift my new endeavor. North Firearms and Outdoors on social. Pew Pew and carry training in Minnesota. Wow. Well, if you're in Minnesota, you probably want to know how to do that. Skull Leader. The government existed on tariffs only until 1913. I'm not sure what that was supposed to mean. Aus Firewing. Libertarians complain about ICE. Meanwhile, real libertarians want the entire immigration bureaucracy ripped down and rebuilt, so it's no longer a system that solely benefits the politically powerful. All right. C Striker, I think some libertarians nowadays are just lefties too embarrassed to call themselves lefties, as I pointed out earlier. I always watch when you're live. Would you guys please stream more often, or is the lack of supply making my demand go up? Well, we do it weekly now. We've been good for the last month or so, right?
Yeah.
I've been trying to be more habitual with it, and I hope you guys have been enjoying it. It's been fun. I think some libertarian... Oh, I just read this. Sorry, I had a Biden moment. Listen here, Jack. I'm gonna challenge Taryn to a push-up contest. You want to read this?
Snogadishu. Not sure where I heard that. It may have been the last offensive, but I find it quite funny.
Yeah, I think it was a super chatter. I don't want to take credit for that. Dave Smith tried blaming ICE, about the only ICE that hasn't gone up his nose. All right. Razor Fist Arcade stream of High Guard. When? Dude, did you see it?
Never. That's when.
But Taryn, it's funny as long as right-wing chuds on social media aren't telling you how bad it is. Didn't you hear?
Oh yeah, it's the right-wingers. They're at fault for Anthem too.
Yeah,
and
the right wingers fucked up the UI. That's
and Concord. Did you see that? Did you see that trailer there was for a new game announced, and people were saying, "Oh wow, Concord 4 already!"
Right?
I love that.
They have a sequel this soon, and the Dustborn. Normal man, I don't know about you, but I think there's a cannibal on the Cinnamon Toast Crunch marketing team. Man, when I was growing up, the freaking bakers, there were 3 bakers. All of a sudden, the other 2 bakers disappeared, and the one baker who was left gained like 200 pounds. I'm just saying. Cinnamon Toast Crunches, people! What do you think of using drones to monitor and distract the mostly peaceful protesters? Even $1,000 DJI is infinitely cheaper than life or limb. Well, the problem is you need ICE there to actually deport the people that you want to deport. Cesario, is Trump too afraid to turn into Lincoln by using the Insurrection Act and temporarily suspending habeas corpus with Minnesota? People voted for that. Well, Lincoln didn't do that. As you would know if you watched my video. He didn't even ask Congress permission. Congress, months later, rubber stamped the suspension of habeas corpus that he did unilaterally. So if Trump went through the legal means of suspending habeas corpus, he would already be well in advance of Abraham Lincoln. But do I think he's too afraid? No, I just don't think he's a demoniac. He's not a dictator. He doesn't... he wants to hopefully lower the temperature if he can. I hope he recognizes what's going on here. He has enough street smarts. I think he probably does. That this is a massive distraction from the fraud. I think the best thing to do is address the immediate symptom, like restore order as iron-fistedly as you need in the moment, just to get it over with. And then immediately pivot back to the fraud. Because this is all a distraction from the fraud. That's all it is. Democrats are paying handsomely for this. Millions of dollars are being spent on these demonstrations. And it's more and more obvious by the day. You know, and I'm seeing like we're getting into that phase that happens with every single one of these news stories where it's, you know, let me tell you what's really going on. Let me tell you, these people have a religious fervor, and everyone's trying to psychoanalyze all of these paid protesters. It's like, fuck the psychoanalysis. Fuck it. I'm not laying down on your couch, for Christ's sake. These guys are paid. This is a paid distraction. Do the left have religious furor? Yes. We've been pointing this out for over a decade. Any commentator worth his salt was aware that Marxism is a religion, not a political philosophy. This is obvious, right? But this right now, what we're watching is a cynical political misdirection tactic. This is a weapon of mass distraction. 2 aggravated, aggressive, out-of-state protesters that were armed with a deadly weapon were deleted while hostile engaging law enforcement officers had to edit this so many times to get past the censors. Did this just happen, or what?
I'm not sure what he's talking about. As you were
I assume this
reading it,
just happened or something.
yeah, as you were reading it, I've been trying to look it up. But keep reading, and I'll do some searching.
Marussia Dark 316. Razor, as a libertarian, can you help me understand why you don't like libertarians, since it's just the philosophy of leave people the fuck alone? Well, that's simple. It's not. That's not, especially not big L libertarians. There's no leave me the fuck alone about how they've pushed so-called legalization of pot. It wound up with state mandating and dispensation of pot. It wound up expanding the size of the state, and now I get to walk down the street and smell hoobastank weed everywhere. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And, you know, the state gets into that business, and now it's a pot dispensary on every corner, and it has a political effect as well. You can clearly see there is a bluing effect in every single state that legalizes weed. It happens in the immediate aftermath. Look what happened to Colorado, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? It's if you go across the board, libertarian policies, the way that big L libertarians are according themselves ends in the expansion of the state. Again, look at the border. Look at immigration. Their stance on immigration is Biden incoherent. You know, oh, we stand for liberty. We stand for the enshrinement of your constitutional rights. So let's ship in millions of motherfuckers from the third world who are all socialists, almost to a man. I mean, let's ship them all in from Mexico, the country that has a flat out socialist from Spain running the country named Scheinbaum. That'll end in the enshrinement of our liberty. Retards. Norbert Rodriguez Jr. I wonder if we're doing the right thing or just trying to save a sinking ship that can't be saved. And is God on our side, but I don't think he is. God is on, the Bible's clear that God is on our side. Let's see here. All who confess his name, I mean. Forest Beyond the Trees. Razor, I added you in a response from Mark Mitchell less than an hour ago. Please check it. We need more solutions and less blackpilling from Mark Barnes. And I don't know. I didn't see it. So
I'm not finding anything. I think they're just referring to pretty and good.
Okay. Blitz Systems. Funny how the Minnesota riots ended when the signal leaks were published. Walt sacrificed his Antifa goons to save his own ass. What's the shadow book directly behind you? It's not a shadow book. It is the Mezco, the box for the Mezco shadow figure that was released a while back. Home Improvement. Well played, sir. I love some good wordplay. The middle ground on immigration reform is self-deportation and immigration moratorium. Codifying into law, remain in Mexico, and end NGO resettlement. Godspeed. I'm on board with that. What do you think the middle ground is on immigration, Taryn? Jackbooted death squads?
There is no middle ground. Even if you truly were common sense, like 1980s fucking idea of a Democrat or a liberal, you would be with basic illegal immigration enforcement.
Yeah, exactly. These are the laws already on the books. What we're witnessing right now, to the extent that some of it is organic, is for decades we weren't enforcing these laws. And now they're butt mad that we are. And if you lived in Arizona, as I have my whole life, this would not be surprising to you at all. Because we had a dress rehearsal for this in Arizona with a local sheriff by the name of Sheriff Joe Arpaio. The Arizona voters voted for immigration raids. They voted for severe curtailment of like privileges and all kinds of stuff, like curtailment of welfare. Illegals couldn't even get a library card in Arizona after we passed the Protect Arizona Now initiative in 2004. Well, once we added on to that SB 1070, which was another anti-illegal immigration bill, Sheriff Joe took the cue and he was like, you know what? We need to actually be doing immigration raids and getting these people back to Mexico. I should add, by the way, Joe Arpaio knows a thing or two about Mexico and about cartels. He was an ambassador to Mexico before he was the sheriff of Maricopa County. And go look what happened to Sheriff Joe Arpaio, dude. The moment Obama got in office, he sicked the DOJ on that man, bled him dry, went after him for almost a decade, trying to pursue felony convictions, and wound up settling for a misdemeanor contempt of court charge because he continued to do the immigration raids even while the court case was going on, which is a catch-22, of course, because the court case hadn't been resolved. The court case had not determined that the illegal immigration raids were unconstitutional. So how could it be contempt of court to continue, right? We haven't determined that they're unconstitutional. So how is he violating the Constitution by continuing to do them? It was a catch-22. They needed to get him on something. So, contempt of court. He's not abiding by the court dictums. It was total bullshit. And that, by the way, is what Trump pardoned him of. It wasn't some felony conviction or whatever the hell. They wound up settling for some weak sauce bullshit. But I have already talked that out in a rant called Arpaio and the Pardon. Omar was funny with that apple cider vinegar stunt, thinking it gave her any sympathy. Also, Razor on my 27th birthday is a win. Way to age, bro. Getting close to that 30. Watch out. Mr. Drybones TV, the Canon idea sounds good, but I know a coyote that sells gently used Acme catapults for birdseed. Oh, yeah? Only used a few times to try to catch roadrunners. Nice. You think if we paint a fake daycare on the side of a mountain, they'll meet right through it? Or Infernal Night, recognize the hour. The left wants to spark a color revolution. Be prepared, trained, and supplied. Militia your forefathers envisioned. Watching the online right not get the voter rolls demand was a off-ramp for Timmy. It was the big ask to get police to help. Now Timmy is trying to renege because now the left felt betrayed. I think he means Tim Walz. One of my old college buddies called me yesterday and was like, since you're more political than me, explain why they shot Renee Good. 30 minutes later. Many such cases. Hey, at least your friend's honest enough to ask instead of just believing any old social media propaganda. I'm convinced Razor's monochrome with red or blue accents in real life. You don't know it's not true. Gilly Monster. Reddit is the definition of left claim wins or fabricating rage. Then it disappears 2 days later after it turns to an L. 1984, 2-minute hate in practice. Ooh, that's a good point. Keep left riled up and unthinking. And I would remind you that the book 1984 is actually 1948. It is actually Orwell's commentary, not on the future. He's not predicting the future. It's his commentary on the Marxism of the Red Decade in the 1940s. It was a commentary on socialism and communism that he had observed himself.
If you want to take a small break here, I will read some Rumble rants.
Please do.
Ace of Swords, Silas Archer. It is a shame that Count Dankula, someone I respected for a while, beginning to have some L takes starting with Venezuela. I haven't watched his stuff in a while, but I don't want to be lectured by him.
Yeah, his take on Venezuela was a bit goofy, as was his take on Iran. Sometimes surgical strikes that don't end in a giant, bogged down, extended military confrontation, it's a better way to handle it. Look at how Trump handled Soleimani, right? That's a classic example, or the Syrian airfield. This is a recurrent pattern with Trump. He likes the quick shock and awe, grab and run. He's down for that. Not so big on the new foreign incursions and foreign wars, which is it has the side effect of making critics of that policy seem increasingly unhinged. Because I think there's legitimate criticisms. Oh, we shouldn't have done that at all. It's a waste of time. Okay, fair enough. Is that worth a total meltdown? It's not years and years of millions and millions of dollars spent on an ongoing campaign and as Al Gore loved to call the Iraq War, a quagmire. It's not one of those, right? It's the opposite of that. It's the antithesis. If you want to criticize it, go for it. But man, you need to criticize it at a level that is actually in accord, somewhat commensurate with the actual level of expense and time commitment that it actually represents. Amateur Moose, I've been saying this for a long time. Water cannons, but replace the water with bear repellent and add bright green dye.
Jesus.
Wow.
I love it.
I know.
I love it.
It's brilliant. Middle ground, even President Obama deported illegals by the ton without a peep from the left. So why does there need to be any middle ground? Yeah, those numbers were cooked, but yes, it's more of a deportation in theory.
I have a few more here. Logan, thank you for the $1. Lagarticus, thank you for the 10. News seems to be a cycle. Trump gets a huge W, then something that the left cities as proof of fascism. That's Minnesomalia now. So do you see anything coming other than election fraud in response?
In response, as part of this massive fraud ring,
I would assume.
Dude,
read it.
Anybody's guess where all of, as I said, the octopus tendrils lead. And that's really what all of this distraction is about. They have to be full court press distracting us on as many fronts as they possibly can. Because if we're focused and we're pulling on that thread, they do not want any part of where that leads. Tim Walz is a sacrificial lamb. We're going to talk in a moment. In fact, you should probably bring that up if you have it.
Oh, yeah.
We now have a confirmation. Folks, you can sleep again. You can rest. You can go about your lives again. Tim Walz has said he will not seek re-election.
If you want to bring up my screen real quick. I found something.
Oh, did you?
Now, there it is, the gay bomb. Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what they're... What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. Ah! And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break. Do you think I'm like, shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
A classic.
Do you understand that?
A classic.
Serious crap.
Serious crap.
I'm sick of being social engineered. It's not funny.
Yes.
Anyway, you said something
I miss,
about...
dude, Alex Jones with hair is just a different vibe, man.
Tim Walz will never run for an elected office again.
Indeed.
Can I get that in writing? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, no kidding.
Can
I have that signed and notarized?
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, describing himself as a political lightning rod, said on Wednesday he would never run for elective office again.
Oh, really?
Walz, 61, who lost his bid for U.S. vice president as the 2024 running mate of presidential candidate Kamala Harris on the Democrat ticket.
And not only that, before we move off of that, can we just state for the record, Tim Walz, yes, we know Kamala Harris was an odious candidate, but Tim Walz had about as bad a debate performance as I've ever seen in my life. He was a big reason, a big-ass reason why Kamala Harris had no hope of winning. A huge reason. Between that and him lying about various things, his freaking war record and all of that shit. I mean, dude, him admitting to being a knucklehead. He's just a knucklehead. That's why he habitually lied. You all right?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was taking a drink.
He's got the coof.
A Democrat ticket defeated by Republican Donald Trump is due to end his second term as governor in early 2027. The former teacher and coach announced on January 5th that he would not seek a third term as governor. Instead, Walz said he wanted to focus on a fraud scandal plaguing the state's welfare system that grew into a political crisis after Trump seized on the issue.
Seized on the issue, they say.
And attacking the governor.
Bro, seized on the issue? Anybody, freaking Stevie Wonder could see this fraud. Crying out loud. And it predates even Nick Shirley, by the way. They had investigated some of these fake daycares, as they point out in the Nick Shirley video, over a dozen times, and absolutely nothing had been done. That's what Tim Walz looking into the fraud looks like, in case you were wondering.
If someone could do me a favor and look up, Tim Walz has a daughter and a son. What kind of cars do they drive?
Right.
I have a theory. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. At the time, Walz left open the possibility that he might seek other office. But in an interview on Wednesday with the cable news channel MS Now, Walz ruled out any future political ambitions. I have no political consideration. Will never run for an elected office again. Never again.
Again, signed and notarized. Please, Timbo.
I don't know why I go for Bernie Sanders there.
Yeah.
I recognize that I'm a lightning rod.
I wish that were physically true. Yes.
All said of his political enemies, I know they hate me personally, and they take it out on my constituents. For the love of God.
Yes.
Before first
Darren-
winning.
Darren's about to throw something at his screen.
This is as bad as like when I read shit like this, it's like I know you can equate it to this. Me taking the Final Fantasy 13 disc out of the PS3.
Yep. For those who are not apprised, who don't follow us on the arcade, you would think I'm the guy known for shitting on the Final Fantasy franchise. My first big semi-viral video was shitting on Final Fantasy 7. I'm sitting there at his place playing Final Fantasy 13. Cutscene hallway, cutscene hallway, cutscene. It just keeps going on and on and on. And finally, Terran's like, fuck this.
It went on for 2 fucking hours. You were
up
like in 4 battles, maybe 5.
Yes.
Like it was endless.
Jesus.
Anyway,
continue.
Before first winning, blah, 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 the Trump administration has recently singled out walls.
Hold on. We need to rewrite that on the fly. The Trump administration has pounced.
Including its large population of Somali Americans and Somali immigrants over allegations of fraud dating back to 2020. Oh, I'm sure it's been going on much longer than that. By some nonprofit groups that administer the state's child care and other social services programs with support from federal funding.
Someone's certainly getting socially serviced in Minneapolis.
Earlier this month, Walz referred to the fraud scandal as a crisis and said he wanted to let others worry about the election while I focus on the work.
You like how he positions himself as a victim in this?
Oh, yeah. Like,
what leadership? What leadership? This happens on his watch. There is no way he didn't in some way, or his campaign didn't in some way financially benefit from it. There is a 0.0% chance of that being the case. 0. It's all spearheaded Democratic fraud. It's a democratically controlled state, democratically controlled city. No chance. And it's centered around the refugee program championed by who? Democrats. Across the board.
He said the state welcomed federal support to fight fraud, but said Trump and other Republicans want to make our state a colder, meaner place, and called them opportunists who are willing to hurt our people to score a few cheap points. Deportation raids in Minnesota began in early December when the Trump administration launched Operation Metro Surge.
But it didn't turn violent until the fraud was uncovered. What
I love Operation Metro, 24/7. God, I can't get enough of it.
Yeah.
Classic Battlefield. Anyway, deploying ICE and Border Patrol agents to the Minneapolis area, St. Paul area. Trump in November had described Minnesota as a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity under Walz. This month, in 2 separate incidents, federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens, Renee Good and Alex Petty, in Minneapolis. The shootings drew criticism of the Trump administration from Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and other Democrats. And scene.
Yeah.
Anyway.
In other news, the Pillow Man has announced his bid for Minnesota governor. We all know that. Mike Lindell, who was recently vindicated. Man, has anybody been vindicated more over the last couple of years over his election fraud stuff than Mike Lindell?
He's got competition.
Yeah.
Hit Kane's music. Here comes Klobuchar.
Oh, boy!
Launches Minnesota governor bid. Wonderful. In a video announcement.
Is it going to be Klobuchar, Mike Lindell? We just watched Return to Silent Hill. Could we just see Mike Lindell take one of those My Pillows? And anyway.
Another disappointment I had with that movie. Anyway, in a video announcement released Thursday. See, okay, stop. I just had an idea. I'm sorry. Derailing this. The popcorn bucket should have been a pillow.
Oh, yes, that's true.
A pillowcase. Damn it. Missed opportunity. In
Yeah,
a video announcement released Thursday, Senator Amy Klobuchar launched her campaign for Minnesota governor, urging voters to reject being rubber stamps for President Donald Trump while
Yeah,
promising...
that's the problem with the Democratic Party right now. Not enough obstructionism. Shit.
While promising
How many lawsuits deep are they now?
To bring unity to a state she said has endured extraordinary turmoil. Klobuchar's decision gives Democrats a high-profile candidate and proven statewide winner as their party tries to hold on to the office occupied by Governor Tim Walz. The 2024 Democrat...
Okay, before we move off of this, because the real meat and potatoes here is, you think Klobuchar has a chance in Minnesota? She's kind of damaged goods after the failed presidential campaigns of the past. I mean, she really went down in flames last time. She's damaged goods. Do you think that gets... granted, Mike Lindell has his own baggage and a Republican running in a non-Republican state. How's that go? How's that go, you think?
Terribly. The words train wreck come to mind.
Yeah. Two not ideal candidates, I don't think.
The pillowcase bucket is a my pillow.
Yes. Fantastic. Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota, we've been through a lot, and it's mostly our fault. These times call for leaders who can stand up and not be rubber stamps of this administration, but who are also willing to find common ground and fix things in our state. I believe we must stand up for what's right and fix what's wrong. God, have you ever read a more vapid statement in your entire life? I believe
GPT.
When you break it down, I believe good things are good and bad things are bad. Like, that's right up there with like children are our future. What the hell? You've said less than nothing. Unit glue. Third temple update. Jews are rebuilding on the old foundations and negotiating to allow all of the Dome of the Rock to be moved. Well, if you're not a Zionist and not a dispensationalist, none of this should bother you. Which I'm not. Lutherans are not dispensationalists. All right. Mecha Ninja, Lolberts have a scorpion and frog relationship with tyranny. They will gladly defend the boot that will eventually tread them purely on principle. All right. Zerp Derp. Oh, I like the sound of the Trump accounts. It's a huge flex for Americans, which is an encouragement for making babies. No replacing U.S. citizens. I'm sorry I've sent chats asking about Yaron Brooks' takes. Yeah, if you have, I mean, gosh, if somebody had to suffer through his commentary, I guess someone should get something out of it. He recently repeated the left's claim that Good was murdered. He's a hopeless SJW. Yaron Brook. That guy, dude, I've said it before. I'll say it again. He used to be the head of the Ayn Rand Foundation. As anti-communist as Ayn Rand was, is there any question in your mind Ayn Rand would have cheered on the death of a communist lesbian getting gunned down after taking aim at anti-communist government forces? Dude, she would have been wetter than the Galapagos. If Ayn Rand came back from the dead, the first thing she would do is punch Yaron Brook in the dick if she can locate it. Jegs Dino God. Trump talks to Walz, doesn't like dead commie had a gun, and doesn't want homeowners to lose money. Idiots. Trump is reversing on promises. So tiring. It's so weird, too, because they call things losses before there's even been a movement on them, before there's even like a law or a policy that's actually been passed. That's the thing that bugs me the most. Like, at least wait for the thing to happen to say that it's bad. Because too many, and here's why. Too many times, Trump has floated an idea to see how much bullshit gets flung at it. And then if it takes too much flack, he moves away from it. He changes positions, which I like. I like that about Trump. Under Bush, we never had that. That's the last Republican president that we had. And Bush was maddening. He was fucking maddening. He was being told he was making mistakes, and he never listened. And the more you criticized him, the harder he would dig his heels in. It was an insanity test living in the Bush era as a Republican. It was just, oh man, it was maddening. But Trump is not really an ideologue. He's not, he's sort of a pragmatist. So he'll sort of float these pilot policy programs. Hey, maybe I could do this. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could walk on the White House lawn nude. You know what I mean? Like, he'll just float an idea. And if people shit on it, he backs away from it. It's no big deal. England, you know what did happen to my wife? A shooting down the street from her ER. They shut it down. After that, she wanted a gun. Smith & Wesson Hellcat for Christmas. Hell yeah. Yeah, nothing will call attention to your need for personal defense like an incident like that. The big wake-up call, I was always a supporter of gun rights, but I was never a gun owner until the Ferguson riots happened. And I remember the day the Ferguson riots popped off, I went out to the store and I was waiting at a light to turn left. And there's a big light rail that was letting out a few people out. And one of the guys, black dude, I think it was because the Ferguson riots were going on, he was like spoiling for a fight. And the guy was like walking real slow and glowering at all the motorists who were sitting there at the light waiting to turn. It was like, fuck you, mess with me. And in case you thought I was overreacting, he literally walked super, super slow ahead of everyone, knowing that we needed to go, right? The light was about to change and we were about to be able to go. He pauses right in front of a motorist right next to me. And he stares down the motorist, who I look over. It's a white guy. Actually, I think it was a white chick. And lifts up the waistband of his shirt and shows off a freaking Glock in his waistband. Like staring her down, like, I dare you, bitch. I dare you to go. I dare you to gun. Give me an excuse to shoot you. And it was in that moment I was like, okay, so I'm not a gun owner. I probably should be, because even if I don't own a gun, I can be victimized by any old nut job just walking down the street, because this guy just wanted to shoot someone. He didn't do it. Thank God. Thank God it didn't turn violent. People just waited for this prick to walk past super slow. He did it on purpose to provoke people. But it was in that moment I realized, okay, I need some way to defend myself, because if this guy's going to behave like this, when I'm getting money out of the ATM at 2:00 in the morning, what exactly is going to happen? So even if you don't own a gun, you can still be victimized by one. It was a big wake up call for me. Did you have any story like that, Taryn?
Being what, like almost mugged or assaulted?
Yeah,
or...
a moment where you realized, okay, I kind of need some defense rights. I need to have a gun, that kind of thing.
I can't say not really. I got run over once. That was thrilling.
Nice. Nuts to Freebird, play the Sentinel. From your lips to God's ears, my friend. All right. Timothy Hallback, I connected my discombobulator to my interocitor, crossed the streams with my interferometer, all to heat my double pepperoni hot pocket. Nom, nom, nom. And it still burned your tongue, I bet.
I will be right back.
All right. Hunter Williams, Pendits say Goblin immigration to Moria would not have any lasting effects to dwarven culture. Who else are we going to have dig deep into the mines? Rumors of drums in the deep is elfling conspiracy, says Flinty Swervetongue. Why do you lay these troubles on an already troubled mind? Do you not see we are wearied with your malcontent, your warmongering? Patriarch Andrew. Lowberts are also universally wrong about Iran, too. They really are. They are committed to the principle of being full of shit on Iran. Calidors, I would really like it if you read out my 2-part super chat. I was really hoping to hear you answer. We haven't gotten through all of them. We're jumping around, so be patient. Imglin here. The heart attack gun reminds me of Tex from Black Pants Legion talking about his idea for the sad gun in RimWorld. Just shoot someone instead of dying. They just go into a light depression and wander off, right? More of a melancholy, Ray. Big K movies and games. I saw the new Silent Hill last night. I really liked it, but it is a loose adaptation. It looks a lot like the game with great direction and cinematography. Yeah, the thing I was struck by with that movie, and we'll have to like review it more in depth tomorrow or something on the arcade, but there were times watching that movie where it was like just this side of an art film, which I did not expect. Especially after the piece of shit that was Silent Hill Revelations 3D. That movie is, god awful.
Oh, no, awful.
This was much better than that. That movie was just fan service and action. It was like
Money grab.
It was like a Hollywood executive thought of it in a boardroom somewhere. It was such bubbling bullshit. This was not that. This, if anything, it was guilty of being a little pretentious and arty at times. But it was, I've had to stew on it. I'm still really weirdly ambivalent on the movie. I loved certain things about it. I really did. And there are ways in which it's better than the first Silent Hill movie, which I love. I love the first Silent Hill. But there are also things that are objectively, they're not just changes from the game. Like I didn't mind changes, but kind of bad changes here and there. So I'm still kind of digesting it in a way. I honestly, dude, can I admit I thought about going back and watching it again because I can't decide. Like I'm just, I haven't felt that way about a movie in a while. I liked it a lot and I hated it a lot. It's very, very hard to isolate my feelings on it. Oh, here we go. Here's his super chat. Calidors. Why do you have faith? That is quite a question. I go to church. I think Christianity built the Western world. Take the think out of that equation. And I have read the Bible more than many, I think he means. However, I look at all the suffering and all of these evil people. How could I believe when the so-called people of faith never stand up? How could I believe when God would allow demons to run the world? I have tried to change things, but only been punished. So how do you have faith? Well, I think you're operating in a little bit of a false frame. Is kind of where that's coming from. Often when people frame things as if God, then why bad thing? They kind of have things in reverse, which is if world bad, then why good thing? And the answer is God. So to the extent that good things happen, to the extent that we are accorded deliverance, this is evidence of the intercession of the Almighty. And we have a degree of agency in the sense that we can be the hands and feet of God in our world and in our individual communities in that sense. So I think you've got it kind of in reverse. You should, the emphasis, I come from the Lutheran tradition now, and the emphasis in the average Lutheran sermon is law and gospel, right? If you watch a Lutheran sermon, it's always structured the same. First half law, second half gospel. So the first half is all the hellfire and brimstone you could cook a hot dog or s'mores over, right? Hellfire and brimstone. We are awful. The world is shit. It's terrible, right? Things are going to be terrible. And then the second half is, but, beloved, here is your grace. God died for even, Jesus died for even that. God in the flesh of man died for even that. So as long as you keep that in view, then you understand that being accorded that mercy, there is still hope. And that mercy is ongoing. Think about the mercies that we've witnessed, some of the miraculous things that we've witnessed, even over the last year. Even in the freaking 2024 election cycle, think of some of the craziness. It could have gone the complete opposite way. Think of the bullet bill sized projectile that we all dodged with the 22 caliber ear piercing that Trump took. Man, there's a lot of ways it could have been worse, and there's a lot of ways in our daily lives that it could be worse. I would encourage you to invert your the way that you're perceiving those things. But God bless and Godspeed. Snicks, the Omar attack would have been more believable if he sprayed her with deodorant. He did. Apple, what part of apple cider vinegar did you not hear?
Very cleansing effect.
You're right. First, have you smelled Somali food? With Tampon Tim back and out of her obligations to Orange Man Band, it will happen so very, very soon. Martial law and the consequences for Thames. Oh, Godspeed. Today was my last day working at AMC. We were the smallest location in the nation, but Hollywood slop and internal problems finally caught up with us. It closed. Really, man. Taryn, how long you think the theaters even last?
Oh man.
Dude,
if they start showing a lot more classic films,
they are
the
smart ones,
and they are. I think they could go for another decade, but after that, it's just the cost and upkeep, and it's just not going to be cost effective.
I'm going to ask an existential question now.
Okay.
You think a portion of the population are just growing out of movies as a format? With all the alternatives,
interesting
phone app games and video games and the 5 people who have VR and all the different entertainments that we can engage with, and of course the perpetual distraction that is social media.
You know what? That's a huge part of it too. I noticed, you remember the Matt Damon and Ben Affleck thing on Joe Rogan, where he was explaining that in these Netflix contracts, you have to explain the plot like 3 times because,
I'm here. Just a second. Give me just a second.
You done disappeared. The point I'm making, folks, is a lot of these kids, younger generations, Gen A, Gen Z, they've been raised on TikTok, Instagram Reels, what have you, and they just have short attention spans. And a lot of them just don't have the tolerance to sit there for 2 hours and watch a movie. Yes, David, and movies are terrible now. That too. That doesn't help. But yeah, that's a huge part of it. Bumcrack Jones, we were giving them free food and they tried to slaughter us, and we, for some reason, let them in our country. Black Hawk Down was a documentary. It should have been. I wonder, is there an actual Black Hawk Down documentary? There has to be, right? Probably one on the History Channel. I'm your super beast. Omar complained about the liquid smelling bad. I think it was her own breath blowing back in her face. Must have saw her brother earlier. Oh, that's great. Thanks for that. Who's next? Devious Smile. I see you there. If God, then why bad? First thing that we did was the first sin, and one of the greatest gift, free will. Bad exists as a proof that we can discern between good and evil and be more than beasts.
Yep. Sorry about that, guys. Cicero, his stomach was upset. He puked in the hallway, so I had to clean it up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Dude, Cane Corsos, heads up. They get a Cane Corso, man, they can have big dogs, big strong dogs, but they have delicate digestive systems. Dude. Yeah, something didn't agree with them.
Raw meat. Meat filled with fear. That's what they
do have to periodically give them raw meat, actually. It's not a bad diet for them. England, my wife is a nurse. It's not so bad. They're a crazy leftist, but ICU is worse than ER. They basically just sit around and watch monitors all day. Canada's MAID program. She was sent a resume. Interesting. What new government do you think Venezuela will get after Don sends Maduro to the gulag? Open question. Open question. Some of the scumbags and cartels are trying to fill the vacuum. But, I mean, Venezuela is in a peculiar position in that the people already rightfully elected a different administration, and it just didn't get to serve. So hopefully that will act as a stabilizing influence. It's not an Iraq situation where, oh, we're going to prop up an American puppet regime now that the locals don't even want. We could just, hey, how about we wipe out that last bullshit election? We could literally just do that. Primarch Vulcan, I'm seeing breaking reports. The Panama courts have ruled the C.K. Hutchison deal for the Panama Canal is unconstitutional. Don Rowe in full effect. People are calling it the Don Rowe Doctrine. It's tremendous. Gray matter. As for the bleeding from the mouth and nose, that was probably from breathing Chavez particles. That was fake news. That was fake news. They did not bomb the tomb, unfortunately. DARPA has had an anti-personnel microwave gun since Bush was in office and had been blue-balled on its use at every major riot, and it cooks the brain, causing the brain to hear a sound because of that. Really? All right. I haven't heard about this. Oscar Borjar Jr. Hey, Razor, how's it going? Have you heard about the new Nintendo game where they're adding pronouns and sexuality in the game? It's called Tamagotchi Life Living the Dream. Keep up the good work, man. No, I haven't. Taryn?
I've heard of the game. I didn't realize that they were adding that to it. Okay. Before you move on, we do have quite a few Rumble rants. So I can do a big block of those.
Sweet.
Wasp. It was a SIG P320. Yes, that's the default. The gun with the default.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
The Grand Inquisitor. ICE doesn't wear body cams. The Renee Good vid was from that agent's personal phone. Oh, I see. The Dims are pushing for body cams and no masks. In the spending bill, stupid not to be wearing body cams during ops. Kelzer, I'm going to assume that's how you pronounce that. I'm with Crowder on this one. If Ilhan Omar's attacker was actually not legit, it would have been funnier if he squirted her with bacon grease.
I thought we reserved that privilege for Cenk.
Logan, I feel Jackson, old Hickory, is what we all want.
Yeah.
The art school dropout. Wasn't Tim saying the left is playing games with Renee Good and now some broad loses a hand grabbing a flashbang? Started saying they are fighting and the right is just playing.
Yep. The Loner, if they can keep the woke crap out of it, how would you feel about a Shadow series or even an anime? Well, there was a rumor a while back where a Doc Savage series and a Shadow series had been greenlit simultaneously. I covered that on the Shadowcast a couple of years ago. Nothing came of that. But I think that was around the time it was supposed to be on Amazon. That was around the time Amazon changed ownership or changed CEOs. So that was around the time they canceled a prospective Conan TV show and a few other things. So that'll often happen when a new CEO takes over a network. They cancel all the projects that predate their tenure because they would have to share credit if it becomes a hit. And if it's a bomb, they would be dealing with a bomb that's somebody else's mess. So it's very ego-driven. But how would I feel about it? I've always said I think the best way to handle the Shadow would be in animated form. Like a black, white, and red kind of Batman the Animated Series looking kind of show. And I think it'd be pretty cool. I think because the Shadow's so old, most kids have never even heard of him. So it would be like they're being introduced to a new thing instead of the standard nostalgia bait. Let's rely on 20-somethings and 30-somethings and get them to watch the thing. Like, how about you actually gear one of these shows towards kids? Hey, he's a cool guy in a cape with freaking twin guns and shit. Kids will go nuts for it. I think they dig it. Just handle it like Batman the Animated Series. Noobnut, I agree you still need ICE, but citizen journalists shouldn't have to put themselves in harm's way. And rioters can't riot if they're swatting away drones. The rioters are the drones. Terran appreciation post. No black pills, only Terran and MAGA momentum.
Thank you.
Military corporal televised things. I don't know what that's in connection with. Blitz systems. You said it. I didn't. All right, there we go. Sorry, censor's getting heavy-handed. All right. Master Chief Razor Fist. I found out that I'm a direct descendant of a man who died fighting in the Revolution, captain of his Virginia militia. This has made me even more angry at what the Democrats are doing. We should probably talk about the latest front the Democrats are trying to push in. They're trying to push on a number. We just saw Michigan earlier in the night. And today, we're going to talk a little bit about my home state of Arizona, because our giant asterisk AG, Chris Mays, said some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my entire life, claiming that Castle Doctrine covers Arizonans if they would like to blast ICE agents.
Yeah, that's smart.
Of course, a complicating factor being that illegal aliens are not Arizonans, but not legally anyways. If you want to go ahead and read some of that, bro.
Arizona Sheriff's Association blasts AG's rhetoric about shooting ICE.
By the way, the Sheriff's Association distanced themselves, the Police Association. These are all Democrat-captured entities, by the way. Very leftist. And now, today, I don't know if you saw just a few hours before we jumped on this stream, freaking Katie Nobbs, our AirSats Democrat governor, came out and told her she needs to renounce the comments and possibly step down. Holy shit. They're going in on this bitch.
In a January 26, 2026 letter, the Arizona Sheriff's Association blasted AZ Attorney General Chris Mays statements that seem to indicate the state's stand your ground law might provide legal justification for shooting ICE agents. Mays made her comments in an interview posted by 12 News NBC, where she focused on Arizona's stand your ground law, noting that it is one of the most expansive such laws in the country.
Which is true. Absolutely is true.
She said, you have these masked federal officers with very little identification, sometimes no identification, wearing plain clothes and masks, and we have a stand your ground law that says if you reasonably believe your life is in danger and you're in your house or you're in your car or on your property, that you can defend yourself with lethal force.
Absolutely true, by the way. Absolutely true. I had some clown a while back threaten to show up at my place. I'm like, okay.
Why is it my birthday?
Yeah, you think that'll work out for you? I'll probably get a ribbon. What the fuck?
Mays
bro, this
added
is not Texas. We're not even Texas out here. We're beyond Texas.
I don't know about getting beyond Texas, though.
No, we definitely.
I personally can't. I personally still can't get beyond Thunderdome.
It's true. It's true.
There's an old chestnut.
Yeah.
Mays added, "It's a fact that we have a stand your ground law, and in other states, ununiformed, masked people who can't be identified as police officers."
Right.
The Arizona Police Association has since denounced the comments as reckless, and Arizona State Majority Leader,
Senate Majority, completely red state Senate, but somehow many major offices statewide are held by Democrats, many of whom aren't even from the state of Arizona. How'd that happen? I wonder.
John Kavanaugh has called for Mays to step down in disgrace. U.S. Representative Andy Biggs told Breitbart
Currently
News,
running for governor.
May's comments amount to fantasizing about violent radicals shooting ICE agents.
Oh, make no mistake, dude. That's what this is.
Yeah.
That's 100% what this is.
She's
literally freaking
drooling.
flicking the bean. Yeah, flicking the bean, thinking about dome and ICE agents. That's 100%. They say if she keeps this up, she won't have a prayer of getting elected. But, you know, I say there's a first time for everything. There was a, bro, do you know how narrow her margin of air quotes victory was?
How?
300 votes.
Oh, my God.
300 votes. This bitch pretended to win by. No recounts or forensic audits allowed, by the way, in an extremely suspicious election. If they had had one forensic audit, for all intents and purposes, Abraham Hamadeh is the rightfully elected Attorney General of Arizona. That was the most disgusting race of all of them. Kerry Lake getting screwed, all that was definitely really, really aggravating. But Abraham Hamadeh won that election, like plain and simple. A 300 vote differential, and all the state courts obstruct every single attempt he brings to have a recount and a forensic audit on that result. Bull fucking shit. But yeah, she's getting it from all sides. She's absolutely getting shelled. And if you want to know what it might look like if there was any accountability on that front, you have the Georgia election. We can finally talk about this.
FBI raid in Georgia highlights Trump's 2020 election obsession and hits at possible future actions.
Imagine being obsessed with an election you were transparently screwed out of and almost went to prison for challenging.
Donald Trump lost his bid for re-election in 2020, but for more than 5 years, he's been trying to convince Americans the opposite is true by falsely saying the election was marred.
I want to call your attention to the logo in the upper left of the screen.
Yes, I'm not sure if I can highlight that or not. It looks like I can't.
Yeah.
This is from the MSN.
Yeah.
Now that he's president again, Trump is pushing the federal government to back up those bogus claims.
Dude, talk about loaded language. Holy, this is like 12 gauge language.
No, you're being told your opinion. On Wednesday, the FBI served a search warrant at the election headquarters of Fulton County, Georgia, which includes most of Atlanta, seeking ballots from 2020. That follows Trump's comments earlier this month when he suggested during a speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, that changes related to the election were imminent. The man has obsessions, as do a fair number of people, but he's the only one who has the full power of the United States behind him, said Rick Hessen.
Sweating it all, bitch.
UCLA law professor. Hassan and many others noted that Trump's use of the FBI to pursue his obsession with the 2020 election is part of a pattern of the president transforming the federal government into his personal tool of vengeance. The government would never do that.
Oh, no. Gosh. I mean, it's not like Trump has a mugshot or anything. Hey, what surrounded that exactly?
Senator John
Stupid clowns called down the thunder, and now you're pissed that the wind is howling. Go to hell.
Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, a Georgia Democrat, of course, compared the search to the Minnesota immigration crackdown that has killed 2 U.S. citizen protesters launched by Trump as his latest blow against the state's governor, who ran against him as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate in 2024.
I just like to. The other thing that I find hilarious about this is it's been compared to the George Floyd riots, but are you noticing the big difference between these artificial riots and the also artificial riots around George Floyd? They're keeping a live fatality counter. The George Floyd riots got up into the 20s or 30s in terms of fatalities. The mainstream didn't talk about any of it.
It was rioters killing rioters, or cops.
Or cops killing David Dorn and shit. Like, dude, those were the kind of people who were getting killed during the Summer of Love. They Meanwhile, 2 pricks get gunned down over, who knows? We're going to parse some of the details of the latest one, but the bitch in the car, I'm sorry, like that was a good shoot. I don't give a shit. She was attempting to run down 2 freaking ICE agents. That's ridiculous. But now they're running a running fatality counter. Come the hell on. Transparent.
From Minnesota to Georgia, on display for the whole world is a president spiraling out of control, wielding federal law enforcement as an unaccountable instrument of personal power and revenge.
Lord,
Lord,
I see what you've done for other people, and I want that for me. Please, FBI election raids in Arizona. Please. I'm begging you, Cash Patel. I'm on my knees, brother. Jegs Dino God. You gents see the return of the Spaz 12 shotgun? No. Blitz system just in time for the return of grunge music. China just lost the contract for controlling the Panama Canal in Panama's Supreme Court. It's our hemisphere, Chang. Godspeed, bro. The fact Chavez's grave got striked will never not be funny. Trump has earned my trust and more, for the eternity of hilarity is granted. Again, that was fake news. There was a strike near it, though. There was a strike near it. His actual tomb was not hit. FBI raids the Fulton County Elections Office as ICE begins deploying there. Did they learn something over in Minnesota? I do wonder if there is a connection. The Act Ma'am X posting that he's in China. Oh, did he take the tourist money? I know several people who have been reached out to by China. They're literally paying YouTubers to go over there. So you remember that the next time he covers a current event, that he's literally taken money directly from the CCP. Assuming that's how he got there. Lynn Hero, how's Venezuela? There's no media coverage on how it's been, and I'm really excited to see how things go. It's kind of, I get the sense there's kind of an uneasy situation. There's been a little bit of street violence and clashes and shit, but it hasn't collapsed into complete bedlam, which some people are surprised about. I'm not that surprised about it. It seems like there's people politically jockeying for position. The thing I have noticed is immediately the Chinese-backed contingent began to stick their head up. I did notice that. Are you working on a video correcting the record about FDR? I'm working on a video about Jonestown right now. Were you able to find the Jane Fonda introduction letter that gave Jim Jones and the People's Temple the breakthrough they needed to reach the upper echelons? I've been looking for that. We'll talk about it in the video. Use the discombobulator. JC, use the discombobulator for a silent takedown.
Speaking of which,
you can have
Wasp
food.
Wasp over on Rumble. The discombobulator sounds like what causes Havana syndrome. We made a less than lethal weapon in order to not kill more people than we have and we pulled our punches. We really are the best.
Jack White, my understanding with the Amazon situation is you had 2 guys who were running the show at Amazon Prime, and they were the ones who greenlit Conan and Lord of the Rings, but because of Me Too and Time's Up, they were busted out of their jobs. Yeah, I know it was a chick who took over those positions. And Amazon replaced those guys with Jen Salke, aka the Kathleen Kennedy of Amazon, and she took a look at the Conan scripts and threw a bitch fit. I do know that is true. Because they were too toxic and masculine. So she ended up killing the series because of that. Yeah, I appeared on a live stream, a couple different ones, with Midnight's Edge talking about that subject. Because there was a Solomon Kane series announced. And I haven't heard anything about that ever since. Glad to see a sane Methodist, Razor. I worked on a Navy ship, and the chaplain before I left was Methodist and had a female partner. Nice person, but I could not attend her services in good faith after that revelation. I don't know who you're talking about, a sane Methodist, but Godspeed. The discombobulator could be real because China lied about having one. We decided we needed one, like with the Soviets and the F-16, right? You think the Democrats are dumb enough to shut down the government again and get nothing out of it? Don't put it past them. That is one thing that I find infuriating. If Democrats do take this poison pill and shut the government down again, and they lose again, because objectively, Trump won the government shutdown. He got everything he wanted. Democrats got nothing. They wanted.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. It was a clear-cut, flawless victory for Donald Trump. And what did the right-wing podcast sphere do? They started bitching about something else 5 minutes later. They didn't even stop and frisk the giant W everyone was handed in that moment. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. With friends like these. So if it happens again, for the love of God, point out that it happened, you retards. Or we're going to just call you out as the disruption agents you actually are. Honk Hill. Funny how the left is allowed to establish militias and not get shut down, but as soon as the right does, FBI and ATF gets involved. It's almost as if you're pro-government, you get a pass. The ATF and Hassan Piker have something in common. Look up Quran Demolition Ranch. I love Demolition Ranch. Reaper Grimm. Trump might neuter Cruz by putting him on the Supreme Court. He couldn't refuse the honor, and he isn't president. It's perfect. I'm not impressed until I see Liberty Prime in Minnesota. Communism is a stumbling block on the road to freedom. Vance and Tulsi with DeSantis as AG. Huh. JP Boston, we got a collab on some cinematic content. Let's get something done. Well, thank you, sir, for the offer. Minnie Galen, how dead is gun control? Shitlibs are scrambling to arm themselves and are acknowledging the purpose of the Second Amendment is to defend yourself against tyrants, right? Well, they were already losing their own side on the issue. They've lost every which way on the issue of gun control. It's why it's so obnoxious that there's been no movement against the NFA, really, because there's an opportunity here. Mr. Flynn, Lawbert's firmly resolved that law enforcement, ICE for example, should have no resolve. Savage Streets Rageaholic Cinema, when? We really should.
We need to.
We really should. Rip-Off Productions. My mother has the weirdest mix of opinions on the ICE shootings. She understands cops acting in self-defense with limited info, but also thinks Pretty was allowed to stand back up before they shot him and didn't try to cuff him. Thinks he was allowed to stand back up. Yeah, that was weird. That was weird.
Did you see those videos? It took like 8 guys to wrestle that dude to the ground.
I mean, and that's not surprising seeing the video from earlier in the week where he was fucking kicking the vehicle and shit. Like, this is not a non-belligerent at all. It's not like he was complying. Vexen, you ever hear about Rhetorically Defective on YouTube? He did some good playlist taking apart communist strategy. He can get a little too real for some people. I don't know. No, I've never heard of him. Jack White, in which of the cities do you think the fraud will be worse, Chicago or Baltimore? And reminder, Pelosi's daddy was one of the architects of the corrupt political machine in Baltimore. That is true. My guess, dude, I don't think many cities come within a mile of Chicago, but Baltimore comes close.
Yeah,
it does.
That sounds right.
Baltimore is a fucking mess. Palto, the fundamental flaw with libertarianism is nations aren't comprised of individuals, but relationships. It fails to comprehend second and third order effects. It does, and there is a consistent myopathy with regard to unintended consequences of ostensibly principled stances. Case in point, immigration. Battlefield 3 and 4 were staples of my childhood. Which one do y'all think was better? For better or worse, I've grown equally partial to both in recent years.
3 for me.
And yeah, Battlefield 3 for me. Although I think Battlefield 1 smokes them both because I love World War I. Klobuchar thinks she's a professor in Hogwarts, mistaking it for the government. Lightning rod, more like sounding rod. I can think of other rods. All right. Cosmeronaut. Maybe we can hear out Euron Brook when he can say his own name, right? He does have the weirdest speech impediment I've ever heard of in my life. Jake's Dynagod, that's similar to how I got my first AR-15. Oh, the story that I told earlier. That gun story reminds me of a nurse. If Aragorn is the Don, who's Boromir? Guy who got corrupted and kind of got taken out for it. I can't think. I don't know. Maybe Reagan. Reagan had a lot of promise. Like, I wish Reagan was as right wing as the left thinks he was. Reagan was a great opportunity, and make no mistake, he did great things. He undoubtedly contributed, at least optically, and in terms of forwarding the argument in the destruction of the Berlin Wall. No question. He nailed the Ruskies' nuts to the wall a little bit. So he deserves credit for that, and a lot of other things. But I wish Reagan was as based as some people on the left seem to think he is. So maybe Boromir. Maybe Reagan is Boromir. Who should voice the Shadow in that series? You know, I've always said the Shadow has a huge honker. He has a little transatlantic accent, which means kind of British, but kind of American at the same time. He's got to have a little bit of a rasp and a little bit of a kind of hollow quality to it. Malcolm McDowell would be perfect. He needs an evil guy voice. The Shadow doesn't need to sound like a good guy. He needs to sound like an evil guy. Master Chief JLPS. A very interesting result of all this Democrat nonsense has been the complete immolation of the notion that America is an idea, not a people. The proposition nation myth. Jack White, and she replaced it with Wheel of Time. He's talking about the Amazon executive, which she ruined. Ruined that along with Rings of Power. Yeah, Wheel of Time, I've heard, is almost as bad as Rings of Power. Calidor, sorry I had to step away as you answered, but I'm an Australian. Having faith here is a lot harder. Was it the poisonous wildlife? I'm just so very angry with things here. I can definitely see that given the state of your politics. I imagine it's similar if you live in New Zealand. Just an absolute mess over there. Don't get captured, bro. Godspeed or the speed of God. What?
I get it. I just saw a roach lied on its back. I guess it's dead because it didn't twitch.
What the hell? What the hell? Are we doing this now? Gray Rabbit. I watched Die Hard in the Japanese dub, and it was a blast. Movie's not dead. Platform is. P.S. I'm actually half Japanese and bilingual with Japanese. Razor, your Japanese is just getting rusty, man. I could tell, right? It's been years. It's been years. And my shitty, like, Hokkaido pronunciation, too. My Hokkaido accent on certain words. Baba Doom. DeSantis came to Utah to suck on Romney's wallet. Don't trust him. Wouldn't be surprised if Trump has the belt from Aquitaine Hunger Force that casted magic based on foreigner songs. You're as cold as ice. I'm just saying. Vance Gabbard. Yeah. As someone who's not from the Southwest, I'd be interested in a video or rant about how much power the LDS Church has over the area, man. Yeah, it's pretty rough, especially in Utah and Arizona. Big time.
Absolute.
And they fund a lot of rhinos. A lot of rhinos. Jeff Flake is a really emblematic figure on that side. Super rhino kind of. But you get the based ones every now and then, like Russell Pierce. But, dude, they ran him out of town. The LDS Church ran a recall effort against Russell Pierce. He was the guy who passed SB 1070, by the way, the big immigration law that was so controversial years ago. Jon Stewart and everybody used to shit on it. Russell Pierce was the guy behind that. The freaking Mormon Church funded a recall effort that was successful, got him out of office, and he's a Mormon. They funded a recall effort against their own guy. That's how much they like illegal immigration.
If you want to know how powerful and how present they are in Utah, I was looking at some real estate in Utah, just south of Salt Lake City. Every 2 blocks, LDS Church, LDS Church, LDS Church,
oh, yeah.
LDS Church, everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and we got a lot out here. Do you see the AI anime about the Iranian Revolution going on right now? It looks a lot like something from the 80s along the lines of Vampire Hunter D. No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's a guy doing like AI videos and old anime style art about the political shit going on in Iran.
I can't believe they showed that poor headless ICE agent on the House floor. Think about his poor AI family. Right?
His son with like 8 fingers.
Right? Next,
his wife.
Next, they'll have AI ISIS videos of AI, headless AI homosexuals burning in cages. Okay.
His wife with her arm around her daughter.
Yeah.
And the potted plant in the corner.
Yeah. She'll have 2 wedding rings on a 6-fingered hand. And the Azure Nightmare. What's another thing we can make the Reds blubber out? 49 years over. Just like when Roe v. Wade got murked, you know? Ooh, NFA, do it. I'm begging you. Crane Boy, you're one of the best sources I've seen on this site about American commies. Do you know any easy sources about the development of critical theory prior to Kimberly Crenshaw? Ooh. Prior to Kimberly Crenshaw, man, in an American context, I mean, critical theory goes from, it runs through everyone from Paulo Freire to Georg Lukács, and I mean, it's ubiquitous. Even in the early 20th century, you got a lot of critical theory and stuff, and some of it comes through the church. You know, you want the nascent strains of it. You have to look at the Jesuits involved in the French Revolution and such. I mean, that's where the earliest strains of that kind of critical theory come along. Then it seeps down into the Protestant churches, and you start seeing it especially heavily in Methodists. I touched on a little bit of that in my McCarthy video, where I was talking about how they made such a big deal about the fact that McCarthy was Catholic and, oh, he's dumping on all these Protestant commie churches. Honestly, I wish McCarthy had I wish he had shit on Jesuit communists as much, because I think it would have headed off that criticism. He could have been like, hey, I'm shitting on my own church too. What the hell? I'm not anti-Protestant. But yeah. Sorry, I already read that one out. Are the LDS churches the OG Leering Center?
Yeah, they read off of gold plates.
Yeah. Well, Somalis are about the only people with more plural wives than Joseph Smith. Godspeed. Thank you, sir, for linking me to that. Hey, Razor, I'm in Kyoto at the moment. As a certified Japanophile who speaks the language, any recommendations for things to see and do? Oh, man.
Sega Arcade.
Yes. Hit up a Tower Records, man. I wish I had done that. They're still around, and they're awesome. They're freaking awesome. You definitely need to hit that up. Get some good, take in a baseball game if you can. What else? What else? Hit up a proper noodle bar.
Like even the cheap ones, the stalls on the street will
Dude,
be
no.
the best udon you ever have.
Yeah, can I say freaking controversial statement? I like the junk food ramen in Japan more than the good stuff.
Yeah.
Death518, hail Razor. Been seeing more and more artists whose only relevancy is Instagram and X drawing X character killing ICE agents. The comments kill me. Did you see freaking Wolverine and Punisher?
Yeah. There's another super chat coming up that I want you to read about that.
Okay. Absolute cringe bait. Big K movies and games. In 2020, a family member of mine got the shot, has had lung issues. Now has a tumor in her lung. Despite never smoking, she's fine. But it makes me wonder. Yeah.
Pretty soon you will have to wonder no longer.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the way, that wasn't a super chat. It's a Rumble rant. Tab, silly Razor. As you can see, I have drawn Optimus Prime and Batman agreeing with me and not you. How does it feel to be so epically owned?
Slaughterbots, transform and spurg out. The Azure Nightmare. Hell yeah, Stone Cold. That's right. Pest Control been called to Twitch HQ, I heard. Oh, yes? Oh, yes? Asmongold, look out, buddy. Sad Wings Raging.
Wrong roach.
Godspeed. Razor, you should look up the Hadith of Al-Zut or videos by Raymond Ibrahim and David Wood discussing it. It's hilarious. Okay. The Azure Nightmare. If Cankles is a hyena, what's Yappin' Newsom? Lately, a damn comedian, because you see he's trying to play the moderate. It's like, really, dude? The former mayor of San Francisco, the guy who backed gay marriage before anyone in the country? That's the guy positioning himself as Mr. Moderate? The hell?
He's a used car salesman.
Yeah. Favorite and least favorite Redwall characters. Godspeed. Favorite. I always liked Ferran the Poisoner, this mute black fox poisoner guy. I always loved that character. So freaking cool in Salamandastron. And Sunstripe, or Sunstripe from the Outcast of Redwall. I always liked. Least favorite. I always thought some of the books she's in are okay, but Mariel of Redwall is a little boring in places. Sometimes she's really good, and other times she's kind of dull. So I'm not like, I was never super into that character. But yeah, those would be my choices. Have either of you checked out the book, The Silent Coup? No, but I wish this coup was silent. Have I talked to Styx recently? I've reached out recently, but I haven't heard back. I actually invited him to be a guest on the podcast because I've been wanting to do more interviews on The Offensive. But again, I haven't heard anything back. Carzy Day. The secret, the Dems own guns. They just want you not to have them. They want you helpless like the UN. I think ICE is doing a pretty good job myself. Get out. Thoughts on Alberta separation? 51st state or no? And I don't need another Minnesota. I know people who are from Alberta, and they're leftists. They're leftists. It is more conservative than the rest of Canada, but it is pretty leftist by American standards. So I'm not sure we need another Minnesota or another, you know what I mean? Like
their version of conservative is like center left for us.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we can sometimes, if we ask nicely, use our guns on a hunting range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's their version of conservatism.
I support their independence. We'll do business with them. How's that?
Common J, I asked about your thoughts on Calvinism and your view on predestination, and I wanted to know your beliefs on the subject. I talked with my father about it, and I'm not sure on how I feel. Okay, well, so I'm a confessional Lutheran, and Lutherans actually are predestinarian, but they're single predestinarian, which is interesting. I think this was one of the beliefs that kind of drew me to it ultimately. It was one of those questions that I, like a lot of low church Protestants, you're not quite sold on. Really, is everyone elect and all of that? Is that really in the Bible? Well, you reread Romans and it's pretty plain. It's clearly predestination is in the Bible. What's not in the Bible is double predestination. The idea that, okay, we're chosen, but we're also chosen to be damned before the hour of our birth. There are too many verses that clearly demonstrate that we have the ability to reject faith. So if that's the case, then double predestination would be a redundancy. So I like the Lutheran position on predestination, because it basically is, okay, the Bible says that we're elect, that we're chosen. Okay. It does not say that we're chosen to be damned. I like that. The problem I always have with any theology, really, not just Calvinism, is when you try to explain too much and you don't leave enough to mystery. If something isn't said in the Bible, you should probably leave it alone. You shouldn't be making any declarative dogmatic statements on things that you can't just read, literally have there as the divine inspired word of God. So that's my opinion. I recognize that some people may differ on that, but hopefully we're all brothers in Christ and can discuss it. Jace Bandit, good to see you guys. Why is In Water considered the best ending in Silent Hill 2? To me, the leave ending makes more sense, since James told Angela he would never kill himself, and Mary wanted him to adopt Laura, giving his arc a satisfying and redemptive closure. That's a misconception. In Water is not considered the best ending. It's considered the canon ending, because in Silent Hill 4, we learn what happened canonically with James, because Silent Hill 4, for those who aren't aware, and I was kind of sad we didn't see a cameo of him in the movie, but James's dad owns the apartment building
that Henry lives in. Yeah.
He's Frank Sunderland. He's the landlord in Silent Hill 4. So we learn, we eventually go to the landlord's apartment in that game, and there's a readable, I think, in there that says, my son disappeared and I never heard back from him, or whatever. So the assumption is, oh, he died there in Silent Hill. It essentially canonizes the In Water ending. I don't think it's a statement of its virtue. It's just, that's what Team Silent decided was the canon ending. It's the In Water ending. He disappeared. I guess you could read it as maybe he just ran off and disappeared. Maybe he decided to embrace his illusion and live with Maria or something.
It covers a couple of the endings.
Yeah, but it's widely believed that it was the In Water ending, and so that's considered the canon ending. Interestingly, the movie takes a, multifaceted approach without getting into spoilers.
Yeah.
Any number of the endings could be canon, or none of them could. Interesting the way they handled that. Newsom is American Psycho, and would you ever do a video correcting the record about Harvey Milk? I'll have to touch on Harvey Milk in the Jonestown video without question. It's not possible to talk about Jonestown without talking about Harvey Milk's culpability in it. Seeing psycho commies nowadays, stay armed, boys. Remember, first rule of concealed carry. The concealed is no good without the carry. Always, always be carrying. For some gaming news, Highguard died instantly, huh? It sure did. Do you guys know of any easy-to-use animation software that a dyslexic person can easily learn to use? Because I want to try to do adaptation of Gantz without the censorship that the original anime had. I don't know anything about animation software. I wish I did. I'd like to mess around with it.
Everything I hear, people say Blender. I know it's for 3D stuff, but That's whenever animation comes up and shit like that, Blender's the word I always hear.
Okay. It's called Psyop Anime. Check it out. Okay, sir. Next DS9 vid to combat Starfleet Academy when? I think tomorrow. I challenged the copyright claim on the last video, and their challenge expires tomorrow. So hopefully the new Depths of DS9, the season finale of Depths of DS9, with special guest Tactical Hobo in tow, it's a 3-man panel, will be coming out tomorrow. If not then Saturday, when that fully expires. And reminder, Salki did so well at her job that Amazon didn't just fire her, they eliminated her position altogether. Yes, they did, bro. That was brutal. Got to see Minnesota Clowns get compete with an LRAD for noise complaint a couple days ago. Was so worth it. It was a little oddly worded, but Godspeed. Have you commented on the Trump family suing the IRS for $10 billion for leaking tax returns? How am I only now hearing about this? Did this happen? Did this come out while we were streaming? I didn't hear about this today, and I was following the news pretty closely. Completely justified, because that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous that those got leaked. And it was laughable because they went to the painstaking effort of leaking that, violating his privacy, violating campaign law, and then it wound up being a giant fart. Anybody remember when Rachel Maddow released that? Go watch my reaction video to that. I just about shit myself laughing. Oh, Emperor Creatine. Just in at Daily Gondor, walls closing in on Boromir after claiming diverse enriched Minas Morgul is no longer Gondorian city by Gimli Ruby Clutcher. Godspeed, bro. Oh, man. Intrinsic Dark, I'm curious what leads you more towards a non-dispensationalist view. I'm trying to understand it, if I should be more discerning overall. Oh, yeah. So you have to understand the different views of the end times. It's such a deep topic. I can't get into a whole dissertation right now, but basically Lutherans have a amillennial view of eschatology, which means the 1,000-year reign, which is more obviously than 1,000 years, is what we're living in at present. Right. So because of that, we're not waiting for the return of Zion. We don't see the state of Israel today as the destined biblical state of Israel. We just see it as it's a current country called Israel. I guess you could support it politically in a contemporary sense, but the idea that we're trying to rebuild the third temple and all of it, no, all of that's been fulfilled. We're not waiting on anything. It's not right. So Lutherans, confessional Lutherans anyways, can't be Zionist because we're not dispensationalists, because we have an amillennial view of eschatology, which is why I laugh every time someone calls me a Zionist, just because every other word out of my mouth isn't Jews. Like, I'm one of the few people whose religion basically forbids Zionism. Not, doesn't forbid it, but right, it's literally a part of our eschatology that we're not Zionists. But I mean, most of these people don't even know what eschatology is, and they're just Christian cosplayers. Let's be real. Reaper Grimm, Venezuela proved we don't have to fight wars unless it's a near peer. These much feared forever wars should never happen ever again. I mean, and keep in mind, why was Iraq and Afghanistan a damn forever war? Because of how we waged them. We were trying to wage two politically correct wars. How do you wage a war without embracing your role as conqueror? Like, you can't do it. It cannot be done. And George W. Bush tried that, and we saw how well that worked. Jumpin' Jack Thrash, any chance of a future video on the Dem partisan switch myth topic you touched upon earlier? They never stopped claiming that one. I touched on it pretty heavily in the Abraham Lincoln video, but yeah, that actually is a good idea for a standalone rant, because it really does need to be corrected. It wouldn't even be that long, really, because the major players involved in stuff, it's actually not that complex, and it happened over a fairly compressed period of time. Dill Prickle, leftoids say we will have to pay Trump if he sues the IRS, as if that money wasn't already taken from us. I trust Trump with it more than the IRS. Not only that, but what about the financial damage to him as a result of, like, is he not a U.S. citizen? Is he not entitled to legal redress? What the hell? Fun fact, Silent Hill F's Ebisu Gaoka translates to Ebisu's Hill. Ebisu is a Japanese fortune god who is deaf. Japan and its puns, eh? Interesting. IRS lawsuit story broke during the stream. Okay. We're going to have to talk about that. Gareth Jones fed Orwell info. Love Mr. Jones 2019. All right, folks. I think that is the last one unless there's Rumble Rants.
Let me check to see if there's more.
Okay.
And there is not.
Okay. And let me double check Streamlabs real quick. I can't believe that broke during the stream, bro.
Trump sues IRS and Treasury for $10 billion over tax leaks.
Did you find it? Do you have it on screen? Do you want to read it real quick while I'm looking for these?
Actually, I could just play a video. I'll do the lazy thing.
Okay. There we go.
Share screen. There we are.
There are a few from tonight. Actually, quite a few. Sir Sanguine, serious question. What does it take to invoke the Insurrection Act for some of these places? I don't understand what qualifies and what doesn't at this point. Good question. Good question. It's always been purposely ambiguous. And there's been some debate over the years over whether or not it's constitutional or whatnot. Organized, generally, an organized insurrection, meaning like well-funded and actually having some manner of at least loose leadership, this is generally what qualifies. And of course, the level of danger. I would say what's happening in Minneapolis checks all those boxes. I think what's staying Trump's hand, as I've repeatedly referred to over the course of tonight's stream, is I think he is trying to see if there is a less direct way to address this. Because there is a subtlety to Trump, believe it or not, at times, in terms of he tries to look for elegant solutions if he can. And that's not the worst quality in a president. Matthew Hammond, did you see the Ironclad video I posted on Discord about the entire state of Kentucky being a cartel $8 billion money laundering operation with fake cattle, human trafficking, etc.? No, I did not. I'm going to have to check that out. Interval Sloth, have you heard Crowder's plea to stop using the Obama and Clinton deportation figures? The video's titled, Do They Expect Us to Believe This? Bad title, I know, but I recommend it. No, but I've been banging that drum for a long time, as you know. I've gone into a slight amount of depth about how they cooked the books, really, on immigration, how they were counting things that were not deportations as deportations. And on past episodes of the RazörForce Offensive, we have even covered in real time some of the times, like, for example, in Yuma, when they were caught letting a bunch of supposedly deported illegal aliens out of a giant series of buses in a church parking lot in the middle of Yuma. Yuma's out in the butt crack of nowhere out here in Arizona. So if they were doing that, multiply that by hundreds of times, and you can see how the Obama administration was cooking the books on their immigration figures. Those were counted as deportations. Those people were allowed out of the bus on the American side of the border. Have you seen the British propaganda game Pathways with the nationalist Amelia? Commies get their character co-opted for once, and they're taking it about as well as you'd expect, right? I have heard of it. Maybe Trump should revisit Blackwater and other military contractors offer to assist with mass deportations. Nixon was forced to remove the U.S. from the gold standard due to previous Dem presidential spending because foreign countries started demanding gold for their dollars. And do not forget that JFK had already taken us all the silver standard, which set the stage for Nixon. Who predicted the Anaconda lady, Nicki Minaj, would make more sense than Charlie Kirk is a time traveler, Candace Owens? Candace Owens has been having a week. Having a week, shall we say. All right, let's see if we have what in the world? All right. And I think that is it, unless here we go. Trust the IRS and Treasury Department for $10 billion over tax return leaks. This will be the last thing we talk about, folks. Thank you for joining us.
President Trump is suing the IRS now for $10 billion for allegedly leaking his tax returns. And moments ago on the red carpet for the premiere of Melania's new movie, he dropped this bombshell.
Dave, will you be announcing your Fed chair pick next week?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. And do you know who you pick?
Tomorrow I do. Otherwise, I'll have to go to work very quickly. No, I'll be announcing the Fed chair tomorrow morning.
Oh.
Wow. More on all the Fox News alert. President Trump
Announcing the Fed chair tomorrow.
Interesting. Interesting. What happened to that journalist chick? She looks like a sleepy trout. Cut it out with the lip injections, ladies. Are thin lips worse than that look?
It's called the wall.
It just doesn't make any sense. Has any guy in the history of human civilization gone, man, I'd like to fuck that chick, but those thin lips. I just like, what?
I remember hearing the theory, and I think it might be correct. Women get plastic surgery not for men, but for other women.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're totally right. All right. What's more gross, Ilhan's breath or Pocahontas poont? Thank you for that one. Thank you for that one. Skyrim the Shrimp. You look into the game Tales of the Neon Sea, yet I recommend you play it since you like pulp. Okay. Also, if you like pulp, check out Fallen Aces, guys. That game is the titties. Well, folks, thank you for joining us on this edition of the RazörForce Offensive. I hope you've been enjoying these streams. We've been doing them more regularly. I know I have had a hell of a time. For Terangel, I am Razorfist. Until next time, do not get captured, and Godspeed!